Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is a special council meeting 32-16. It's a public hearing on a rezoning. I would like to call on Mr. Longfield to sing the national anthem for us. Joel?
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons' command. Cacombra se porte le paye, il se porte la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée de plus brillant exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
As I indicated, for those who are here tonight, we're actually having a special council meeting on the rezoning and the official plan amendment, and then we'll move into our regular council meeting. So some of the earlier portions of the meeting may not, may be a little foreign to you, or may not be what you came here for. Notwithstanding. Madam Clerk, could I entertain a motion for the agenda, confirming the agenda, please? Mr. Bodner, moved by, second by Mr. Doucette. All those in favor? Carried. Disclosure of interest of anyone? There being none, that should be so noted. Madam Mrs. LaRock, perhaps you understand it to take the public meeting. Sure. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this meeting, pursuant to sections 17, 22, and 34 of the Planning Act, is to consider applications submitted by Dennis Sabriga on behalf of Port Colborne Quarries to amend the City of Port Colborne zoning bylaw and the official plan for property municipally known as 1937 Ramey Road. The application for zoning bylaw amendment proposes to change the extractive industrial and extractive industrial-373-H concrete product manufacturing holding zone to allow additional uses of the property permitted in sections 22 and 23 light and heavy industrial of the zoning bylaw. The application for official plan amendment proposes to add a special policy to the mineral aggregate operation designation in the official plan to support the expanded range of industrial uses permitted in the light and heavy industrial zones for the property. Notice of public meeting was administered in accordance with Section 17, 15, 22.1, and 34, 12, 13, and 14 of the Planning Act as amended. Section 3 of Ontario Regulation 543.06 and Section 3 of Ontario Regulation 546.06. The notice of public meeting was mailed to property owners within 120 meters of the property on October 21st, and a notice was also posted on the city's website. 9 public notice signs were posted on the property on October 24th, 2016. At this time, the following comments have been received from members of the public. From Joe Pruin of 874 Concession 2, my concerns are increased traffic, noise, and shift work. This is a quarry and should remain so. If the company wishes to expand, there is industrial property all along the east side of the canal by the 140. If it is a designated use that will address my concerns, I will gladly look at it. I need to know what they wish to do in order to make an informed decision. From Joseph Van Rooijen of 787 Highway 3 East, concerned about potential impacts such as noise, dust, vibration, foundations cracking, heavy equipment traffic, and flooding that may result from future uses of the property. Concerned that allowing heavy industrial uses below the water table may cause irreversible impacts, and that there are other locations close to the property which already permit industrial use. Also concerned that the application will make it difficult to sustain a healthy environment. From Mary and Joseph Van Royven of 787 Highway 3 East, the current quarry operation is affecting our quality of life and enjoyment of our property. The crushed rock dust and contaminated water travels down the Michener and Wignall Municipal Drain across our property to Lake Erie. In 2015, we grew vegetables to sell at the farmers market and watered them with water from the drain. This resulted in vegetables covered in thin film of rock dust, making vegetables less appealing and difficult to sell. We are also concerned about the impacts on the groundwater that could result from these applications. From Michael and Angelo Citrigno of 959 Highway 3 East, they are concerned about the impacts to their well. From David and Margaret Crawford of 1305 Highway 3 East, they are concerned that the quarry operation blasting will damage their septic system, cistern, and the foundation of their house. From B. Yanni and N. Bates, Part Lot 22, Concession 2 on the west side of Snyder Road. Their property borders Quarry 2 and is across from Quarry 1. They are concerned about waste, pollution, contaminated drinking water and soil, increased traffic and noise, which endanger the well-being, health, and safety of residents, animals, and pets. They are also concerned about property values. From Richard and Janet Phillips of 1413 Lorraine Road, they are concerned about impacts to property values, quality of life, and water supply. They would like more time and information prior to council making a decision on the applications. From Dory Schooley of 1559 Snyder Road, she is concerned about quality and quantity of water in her well and traffic, noise, air quality, and impacts from shift work. She is also concerned about pumps to keep the pits from flooding. She would like the city to maintain the original plan of the quarries becoming recreational in nature. Notice of public meeting was also circulated to required commenting agencies and relevant city departments on October 21st, 2016. The following responses have been received. From the Ministry of Transportation, the subject site is within the MTO permit radius and ministry permits must be obtained prior to any grading or construction on the site. Note that the MTO will not allow access to Highway 140 or to Highway 3 from the subject site. Please keep the MTO informed as the development progresses and more comments will be forthcoming. From Enbridge Gas Distribution, no objection. From City Engineering Services, no adverse comments at this time. From the City Environmental Advisory Committee, they are concerned about land use compatibility in terms of air, odor, and noise emissions between future industrial and sensitive land uses. Without specific details of the future land uses, the proper studies have not been completed. How is pumping of the water table to be continued in the long term, and who will be responsible for this? Some industrial uses may not be suitable below the water table. Some uses should be removed to minimize risks to the water table and residences nearby. They are concerned that approving a zoning change with holding symbols to require studies will not allow the results of the studies to be applied to the development of the property. They believe that the uses are unrelated to the quarry operation and so would allow use of the land long after the quarry license expires, and so there would be no rehabilitation of the property. They would like clarification as to whether the Ministry of Natural Resources will continue to implement the site plan and rehabilitation if these applications are approved, and clarification about who would respond to environmental issues. From the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, there is no objection to the proposed applications and the concept of permitting additional industrial uses. The landowners shall note that any future development or site alteration on the property may require an environmental impact study, floodplain analysis, and/or hydrogeological study to ensure no negative impacts to the natural features and hazards impacting the property. Further, the amendment should be updated in order to recognize the floodplain impacting the site. The procedure to be followed this evening will be to present Department of Planning and Development Report 2016-185, hear any comments from the applicant, receive questions of clarification from council to the applicant or planning staff, open the meeting to the public for comments and questions, announce the requirements under the Planning Act for written notice of passage of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, and a brief explanation of future meetings regarding the applications. At this time, I would like to present Planning and Development Public Hearing Report 2016-185. As mentioned, the application for zoning bylaw amendment proposes to change the extractive industrial and EI-373-H concrete product manufacturing holding zone to allow additional uses on the property that are permitted in sections 22 and 23 of the zoning bylaw under the light and heavy industrial zones. The complete list of uses is included in the draft zoning bylaw amendment, which is included in Appendix B to the planning report and is also shown on the screen. Two separate screens. The application for official plan amendment proposes to add a special policy to the mineral aggregate operation designation in the official plan to support the expanded range of industrial uses permitted in the light and heavy industrial zones. The draft official plan amendment is also attached to the planning report as Appendix A. A planning justification report was also submitted with the applications and is attached to the planning report as Appendix D. The property is designated urban area in the Niagara Regional Policy Plan. The urban area designation provides policies for industrial, commercial, and residential development. The property is designated mineral aggregate operation and environmental protection area in the city's official plan. Land uses in the mineral aggregate operation designation include quarrying, processing, storing, and shipping of limestone rock, and uses incidental to the quarrying operation. Areas designated environmental protection are those lands that are classified as provincially significant wetlands, provincially significant areas of natural and scientific interest, the significant habitat of threatened or endangered species, and natural hazard areas. The property is zoned extractive industrial, EI-373-H, concrete product manufacturing holding, and LI-343 hotel. The EI zone permits making or establishment of pits and quarries for the purpose of extracting natural materials from the earth, including soil, clay, sand, gravel, stone, rock, shale, and minerals, and the processing of those natural materials, as well as agricultural uses. The EI-373-H, concrete product manufacturing holding zone, also permits the use of the property for concrete product manufacturing and structures and uses accessory thereto with a maximum building height of 11 meters. This use cannot take place until the holding provision is removed once a new or revised site plan agreement between the city and Port Colborne Quarries is executed. The LI-343 hotel zone allows the portion of the property at the northwest corner of Highway 3 and 140 to be used for the uses in the light industrial zone, as well as a hotel with special regulations about setbacks and height. There are no changes to the proposed LI-343 hotel zone as part of these applications. Properties to the north are residential and zoned non-farm residence, rural, and agricultural. The quarry owns the property to the east, which is zoned extractive industrial. Properties to the south contain commercial uses, agricultural, and residential uses, and are zoned highway commercial, light industrial, and first density residential. Property to the west is agricultural and residential, and zoned residential development and first density residential. This now concludes the presentation of Planning and Development Report 2016-185. The official plan and zoning bylaw amendments are necessary to allow the property to be used for the expanded uses in the light industrial and heavy industrial zones. The Planning Division will provide Council with its recommendation report after comments have been received from the public meeting and the review agencies. This report will be available at a future Council meeting for Council's consideration. The entrance on second concession and amendment to the site plan agreement will also be on the agenda for a future council meeting. At this time, Mr. Mayor, I would like to invite the applicant to comment.
That's Jody Johnson from the firm of Aird Umbrellas, who is representing Port Colborne Quarries. Ms. Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship and members of council. Thank you for providing the opportunity to be here tonight to speak to you about this application. As indicated, I am here on behalf of Port Colborne Quarries, and with me are several representatives from the quarry here tonight to hear the comments of the public meeting, hear the questions of council. I want to start by saying that Port Colborne Quarry, as you know, has been a partner and a part of this community for many years. The quarry has been in operation for well over 30 years and has continued to be an employer, a taxpayer, and a part of the community, and would like to continue doing so over time. The applications before you are provided in contemplation of having the property redesignated and rezoned so as to be ready to respond to opportunities that arise for the creation of employment opportunities at the quarry which benefit the community as a whole. By having the zoning and the official plan designations in place, it makes the property and the facility business ready for when people want to come and do business in the community. Having the pre-zoned and pre-designated land makes it easy for someone to come, set up shop, and hit the ground running, rather than to make applications reactively after the fact. The property, as you know, and you've had an overview, I've provided both an aerial photo and a diagram, and this is what would commonly be known as Pit 1 and Pit 2 of the quarry. Pit 1 is shown here on the map, and it is depleted and non-licensed. That is not an active quarrying operation at this time. And Pit 2 is a licensed portion of the quarry, and it is near depletion. So it is an opportune time to think about future uses and future opportunities with the land. And I want to walk you through very briefly how the applications fit directly and squarely within the scope and parameters of the region's official plan and with the city's own official plan and in future direction as planned out. As indicated, the purpose of the application is to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw to permit the lands in Pit 1 and Pit 2 to be used for heavy and light industrial uses. These will be, I would say, complementary to other activities in the area, and in particular, the region's official plan contains policies for this land that is in the urban area, directing growth and directing activities such as manufacturing, warehousing, transportation, and related uses to areas that are in proximity to major highways, railways, waterways, and existing transportation and infrastructure networks. So this fits squarely within that policy framework that's been established and been adopted and is providing that guiding direction, and the timing fits very squarely with this application. You can see that the lands are designated urban area greenfield in the region's official plan, and where permitted by scale can accommodate a range of land uses, including residential, commercial, institutional, recreational, employment, and other. So the application and the proposed official plan amendment fall within that. As you've been directed and walked through, where this property fits in regard to the city's own official plan is mineral aggregate operation and a portion of environmental protection area that you can see in green on the figure on the left. The proposed amendment to the official plan does add a section to Section 13, which says, despite Section 10 policies which apply directly to the quarry and aggregate operations, the new policy provision will allow those uses in the light industrial and heavy industrial zones to be permitted on the land. So that would be the purpose and the necessity of having an official plan amendment to say, despite the rules and limitations on the quarry property, we're going to provide the opportunity to have those other economic activities take place on the property at the same time. This just shows where the current additional zone, not the hotel zone, but the extractive industrial holding zone is located on the property in a portion of Pit 2 that was, as you know, enacted and put in place by Council and upheld by the Ontario Municipal Board, and that is still in place with a holding zone with a hold only to be lifted subject to execution of a site plan. As you saw, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would provide for a range of uses in the zones that are proposed. And no, we've heard the comments that have come in writing to date before you, and I know you'll hear many other comments tonight from members of the public. I can't tell you which of these exact uses will take place or will be proposed to take place on the property, but the zone would permit the opportunity for those uses to take place when someone wants to come and establish a business in the community on that property within the urban area boundary of the municipality. So I wanted to also direct to you, just to remind you, the planning report that was submitted with the application does set out in a summary fashion what I've provided as an overview, and also reiterates in the conclusion that over time the rezoning and the official plan amendment would provide the opportunities to carry out additional activities on the property in a complementary fashion. And as the planning report also points out and reminds everybody, that Planning Act and Building Code Act requirements always, of course, have to be met, including things like site plans, including compliance with all other applicable regulatory requirements, whether they come from the city or other agencies like the region and the Conservation Authority in the various ministries. That, of course, works within the framework of when a specific use and a specific application, for example, for a building, for development of the property takes place. So conscious, of course, if a rezoning occurs, things don't go forward and get built until all of the other regulatory requirements are met, and whatever reporting and studies that go along with that have to, of course, take place. So through your worship, thank you to you and members of council for the opportunity to add to what the planning department has presented in its planning report and bring you a little bit more detail about the application, how it fits within the framework, and how it fits in within the future directions identified in the policy documents for the community. Be happy to answer any questions you may have at the appropriate time.
This is the appropriate time. Are there questions of council, either of Ms. Johnson or also our own planner, Ms. Leroy? Councillor Main, Councillor Kenny, Councillor Butters. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know who can answer this question, and I beg your pardon, I do have a bit of a cold here. But this zoning, how does it affect the rehabilitation? If you zone from light industrial to heavy industrial, does the land just sit there? Or do we go back to the official plan that was done, I think, in 1984, where the quarry, once the quarry is redundant, it's supposed to be rehabilitated under the Quarries Control Act? Now, how would that work? How can you rehabilitate something when you rezone it and you're waiting for that magic industry to come in and take over? Is this just, it will just sit the way it is while you're waiting for an industry? Or is there any hope of rehabilitation for that pit for the people who live all the way around it?
Through your worship, I'll defer first, of course, to the planning department. If they have any comments, I'd be happy to answer.
So if council were to make a decision to approve the applications, they would also have to make a decision on the site plan agreement, which I believe is what you're referring to, from the early 80s. And it would be up to council whether they want to amend those agreements so that they no longer require the passive recreation. So ultimately, council has the choice whether the property is used for these additional uses or for passive recreation.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, through your worship, Councillor Main. I concur with the comments from the planning department, and that, of course, is a decision of council, but also looking at the opportunities for the property and what that means in terms of rehabilitation versus active use for economic opportunity in the community is something that is going to have to come back for council's discussion and direction.
Councillor Mead, anything further? Okay. Councillor Kenny?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Jody, thank you for your presentation to us. I just have one question so far. I'll probably have more later, but in your presentation to us, you said you can't tell what will locate here. You can't tell us what will locate here. This galley would not be full, I'm sure, if you were here tonight telling us what was going to go there. That's their concern. You want this changed, the zoning changed to allow something else to locate there, but you can't tell us what that's going to be. And since you can't tell us, the concerns about the wells and questions that came before, you aren't able to answer either, I don't think. Thank you.
Thank you, through your worship. Thank you, Councillor Kenny, for that question. And I can tell you there is no specific application before you today in regards to a specific use. I can tell you that there, opportunities arise, and the quarry would like to have the ability to enter into those discussions to say, yes, these are the opportunities available on the ground. But right now, when someone comes forward to look at the land, they understand the time involved in going through an official plan amendment and a rezoning. I suppose the only comfort I can give at this point is the knowledge that when a very specific application or specific business comes forward, once the property is zoned, there still is the protection of requirements for studies, for whatever requirements there may be from the Conservation Authority, from the municipality with regards to the building code, site plan, Ministry of Transportation, whatever is required to demonstrate there will not be adverse impacts or there will not be incompatibility issues or environmental issues arising from a development, that those protections are built and in place specifically for that purpose. Any piece of property that comes forward for example, when you're doing a comprehensive zoning bylaw right from the ground, there is a multitude of uses that are available under a particular zone. And when you pass a comprehensive zoning bylaw, you don't necessarily know, especially if it's a piece of vacant land, for example, what the ultimate business or building or use would be on the site, but you have a framework backed up by those protections available. And when you enact a comprehensive zoning bylaw, you don't know on the date the bylaw is passed what those uses will be, but you rely on the structure set up underlying the zoning bylaw.
Mrs. Larock, do you have any comments?
I'm not sure that I have much to add for that, but planning staff will be looking at all of the options available to council and including them in the recommendation report in terms of how they could ask for studies if that's what council would feel necessary. And also there will be the requirement for site plan control and any other permits down the road from the Conservation Authority, the Ministry of Environment with regard to taking water, or the Ministry of Natural Resources with respect to the site plan agreements and any of the quarrying operations.
Thank you. Councillor Kenny, are you finished?
Not quite, but I keep all letters that I get from different individuals in the community who have sent, and I'm just, Jack sent, Halinga sent me something, and I know I'm going to find it, so I'm just going to let Councillor Butters and I'll find.
Thank you. Councillor Butters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I have a letter to read into the record. This is by a resident who is unable to be here, and then I'm going to pass this letter, the information on to our staff to be included in this. So this is dated November 12th, 2016. Councillor Butters, this letter is a follow-up to our conversation earlier in the week. At that time, I expressed my concern about the quarry's application for a zoning bylaw amendment. My biggest concern is the long-term effect on the water table of keeping both pit 1 and 2 pumped out and dry for the next unknown number of years. I have a deep well, 130 feet, and when it was upgraded in June of 2002, the water was clear, no odor, and had been like that since the late 1960s. I'm enclosing a copy of the information that was given to me at the time and I was always cautious about how much water I used, since there were issues with sulfur water in the mid-1950s when the quarry first started up. In this past month, I started noticing a sulfur smell when I was using the well water. I blamed it on other things, but then I realized that the odor was coming from the well water. The other thing that I had noticed was that the water had a lot of rust, and this was noticeable in both the filter that was on the system and in the toilet. I'm assuming that my well is located on an underground stream/river, since the water could be seen to be moving when you looked into it. I therefore wrongly assumed, after the well upgrade, that I no longer needed to be as cautious about using my well water. Unfortunately, I was mistaken. Even the very little that I use it at present seems to be too much to have the good quality of water that I enjoyed from the early 1970s up until recently. Before the zoning bylaw is considered by council, will there be a study on the effect of continued long-term pumping out of the quarry pits on the water table? I'm sorry I cannot be at the meeting, but I have a prior commitment that does not allow me to attend. Thank you for looking into this matter for me. Thank you for your attention. Sincerely, Roseanne Shields. Roseanne Shields lives at 352 Chippewa Road for Colborne, and she attached a document from Schoolie Waterwell Services, as she said she would. So I'm going to make sure that that goes into the record. I want to just go right back to what I consider to be a pretty basic thing. Is there still a vulnerable aquifer under the quarry and throughout a large portion of this area?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butters. Indeed, most of the city of Port Colborne is in a highly vulnerable aquifer. In terms of whether studies are required, that as Mrs. Shields mentioned, and I think you mentioned about the long-term pumping, we'll have to look into what's required by the Ministry of Environment for their permit to take water and whether such a study was required or completed.
Thank you. If the quarry is already some 7 meters or so below the water table, is that correct? Anybody? Roughly 7 meters below the water table?
Yes, through your worship, yes, Councillor Butters, that is roughly correct.
So my question has been I asked Mr. Aquilina, I asked a number of different people that, are way above my pay grade, and I asked them, how long can you dewater a quarry? How long can you dewater that quarry until it has a negative impact on the vulnerable aquifer? And nobody has been able to answer that question. And for me, I live out there. I depend on a drilled well, as many, many people out in Ward 4 do. I want that study, I want that answer to that question answered before this goes one step further. I'm not okay at this point of doing a carte blanche, sure, here's a zoning thing, when I don't have the most basic of questions answered, and that has to do with our water. And I don't know what the answer is. Like, maybe some really smart person's going to come along and say, you know what, they can dewater that quarry till hell freezes over. I don't know what the answer is, but I need to have that answer. So I don't know, maybe you have the answer.
Through your worship, Councillor Butters, I don't have that answer today, but I can tell you that we're listening to the question. I've heard your question, and I'm going to hear the comments from the residents who are here to speak, and we will get back to council with some further information with respect to that question. And also, we'll listen to, of course, whatever discussion and direction happens here at council tonight with regards to this issue.
Okay, thank you. That is not my only concern, but that's my biggest one. There's other ones, but I want everybody to have a chance to speak here tonight, so thank you.
You're finished your line of questioning right now, Councillor Butters?
I am,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, for now.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Doucette, Councillor Desmarais, Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions. And I start off with, I'll pick up on Councillor Main's first question. Does the rezoning remove the condition that the ministry has attached to the license with regards to rehabilitation? And I'm kind of confused because you said if the rezoning goes through and after years of having the zoning in place, nobody approaches the property to develop, it would be up to council to decide whether or not to enforce the condition of rehabilitation. Now, I would like a definitive answer on that. If the rezoning goes through, is the condition of rehabilitation removed, or it still sits there in perpetuity?
Through your worship, Councillor Elliott, if you heard what I said is that one makes the other go away, I don't think that was my statement or the intent of my comments. They're two very separate things, of course, as you know. The municipality zoning bylaw and requirements with respect to attached to former permits and current permits under the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Aggregate Resources Act. So it's not a simple question, unfortunately, and it's something, again, that we can bring more information forward for you if that's of concern to council to address with that issue. But the requirements depend, there's certain different points in time and different pieces of legislation governing all of those activities tied to different permits, because the pits are licensed, and we're licensed separately. Pit 1 is no longer licensed, Pit 2 is. So there are differences in the legislative regimes that apply with respect to the different portions of the facility. I'm sorry that's not a complete and satisfactory answer on the spot for you.
So with regards to Pit 2 and its license, the rehabilitation condition set out was to rehabilitate the quarry as extraction was taking place, and now Pit 2 is either completely finished or is almost completely done, and rehabilitation was supposed to have taken place as extraction was nearing completion. Was that, do I understand that correctly, is part of the license and the rehabilitation plan?
Through your worship, Councillor Elliott, I don't have a copy of the license here with me tonight, so I don't want to misspeak in any detail with respect to the conditions of the license, because I don't have it in hand and I don't want to give you inaccurate information. If council's agreeable, I can take that back and provide further information, but I don't want to speak on the spot with respect to mixing up conditions for various portions of the property. That wouldn't provide council fair information on the spot.
Okay. I guess
Would be appropriate to come back.
Yeah, with a definitive answer on that. And I guess when I originally took a look at the application, there's a couple of things that pop out at me. You touched on you would like to have the rezoning in place for any future application for industrial development. And I guess the first thing that pops out at me is if you take a look around Niagara, how much available service industrial land is available closer to transportation, closer to major cities. You would think, why would you want to rezone a quarry into industrial? How would you ever service the quarry for an industry that needed servicing on water, wastewater, gas, electricity, all of the other components that need to be, when there seems to be a surplus of land around the rest of Niagara? And I'm trying to figure out what uses would be compatible. When you did say that the regional zoning or official plan listed out the uses in a greenfield development such as this, one of the uses listed was actually recreational use, which seems to be what the provincial ministry has in mind when they want you to rehabilitate the quarries when you're finished extracting. So I'm trying to understand why that wouldn't be while it wouldn't make financial sense for the owners of the property. I'm sure that the residents around the quarries were always under the impression that the quarries would be rehabilitated and turned into passive recreational use. You can understand their fears when somebody comes and says we want to rezone industrial, but we're not quite sure what's going to go in. So there's a few questions that need to be answered before any decisions are made, especially with regard to rehabilitation, the condition of rehabilitation on Pit 2. I know that there was no license for Pit 1, but I'm under the impression that there's a site plan agreement registered on title on that property, and I'd like to know what that entails. And if that entails rehabilitation, and this isn't something that's just going to be a decision that's going to impact the residents today. This is a decision that if a heavy industry goes in there is going to impact residents 30, 40, 50 years down the road. That's what we're charged with in making this decision. It's not the quality of life that we have. It's the quality of life that future residents have. And that's why I look at it and I'll ask and
Well, I just want to interrupt you. You asked a lot of questions.
Yeah, I know.
I'd like to provide an opportunity.
And just I'll ask your opinion whether or not
you can have the floor again.
you want to reply to it, is why you think that the rezoning of this property makes this property more valuable to somebody to come and develop industry in it than other parcels of industrial land around Niagara.
Through your worship, Councillor Elliott, you did ask a lot of questions, and I'll try to capture some of those issues, leaving the issues of the quarry licenses and any site plan conditions aside. And I understand staff may have some comments about the site plan issue. But in regards to industrial zoned and designated industrial land in Niagara region, there are lots of opportunities for that. But this site is a good, particularly situated piece of land near water, near major roads, near transportation facilities, and it has opportunities. It's had opportunities. As you know, with respect to the rezoning that took place on a portion of Pit 2 with the holding zone, there was an opportunity in place that did not, for a variety of reasons, pan out, and part of those issues relate to time taken in order to be able to have appropriate zoning in place to be able to accommodate the uses. What market forces drive anybody to want to locate anywhere? If I had a crystal ball and could answer that question, I wouldn't be here today. I'd be off, with my riches. I don't have that predictive ability, but I do know that the owners of the land feel that there are opportunities that could be pursued, that discussions, have taken place, which led to a rezoning with the holding designation on a portion of the land, and to be able to seize those opportunities as identified in the region's official plan, and this portion of land is included in that urban area, greenfield, employment land area. If someone wants to have that opportunity and feels that this is the community to do it in, this application, approval of this application, would afford that opportunity to come forward and proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Elliott?
No, I'm good.
You
For now.
finished?
Yeah, for now.
Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions and then seeing if we can get some answers. The quarry is a mining activity, is it not? Okay. And if I remember right, in the Mining Act here in Ontario, it says that when you're done with it, you're supposed to rehabilitate it. And I gather that's why there's that document that exists, that is a site plan that was negotiated with all the neighbors, with all the important parties, and everyone agreed to it. I believe the ministry was involved and so on. So if we're not doing this and we're going to give it another use, why are we doing that? The impression I had was that once it was done, it had to be rehabilitated. That's number one. Whether I'm right or not, I don't know, but that's fine. But I really don't like the fact that a negotiated agreement is now maybe being reneged on or trying to be reneged on, and that bothers me. That's number one. Number two, the main aquifer that's sitting there, okay? I don't care what you put in those quarries. You have a main aquifer that gives water to a large area that goes north, south, east, west in many areas, and I've looked at maps, and this is a major aquifer for the whole of the Niagara Peninsula. Now, you put industrial uses in that quarry. The area that has water, there's contamination, where does it go? And if it goes into that area, how do you decontaminate an aquifer? I don't know of any way of doing that. Now, mind you, I don't have a lot of courses in geology and in the water stuff and everything else. But my main concern is if you have contaminants going in there, and if you have industry, I don't care what kind of industry you have, especially if it's heavy industry, you're going to have contaminants going. Now, that whole area that's been mined is sort of a cap to protect, or sort of a cap that would have protected that aquifer. This has been taken away. So that means the aquifer is that much closer to the surface to be able to absorb these contaminants. And it's probably shale on the bottom, which is extremely porous, which means anything that lands on the ground, on the floor of this particular quarry, means that it's going to go into the aquifer. There's no way of controlling that. So I have concerns about that. So it goes all back to the water again.
Mr. TVCOGECO,
Can you give me the
answer
answers to those two?
questions?
Yeah, those are
Johnson?
comments, but those are questions.
Can you respond, please?
Through your worship, Councillor Doucette, I'm trying to distill your questions. Again, I too am not a geotechnological scientist or a geological engineer. Those are very technical questions to which I don't have that information at hand tonight. However, I hear what you're saying, and we'll take the information back with me. However, in terms of the aquifer, I mean, staff has addressed that, and I don't know if staff has any further comments in terms of the water table and the aquifer covering a broad scope of the community. The only other thing I can add is, the protections in place through legislation like the Environmental Protection Act, through the Ontario Water Resources Act. There is a legislative regime in place which does provide levels of protection for council and for members of the community, and also that property owners have to work within the framework of. So I know that doesn't satisfactorily answer your specific question, but it is something that we are hearing, and I'm sure we will hear more about tonight, and we'll be listening to those comments and taking them away with us.
Any comments, Ms. LaRock?
Do you have anything further?
Thank you. Mr.
Just one more
Doucette, you want to
question.
continue, please?
One more question. Okay, I've already got it. Just, if we can find, I find it interesting that this has come to us to make some changes without any studies attached to it. I find that extremely concerning, and I'd like to know why no studies have been attached to this report. No studies have been attached to this application in any way, shape, or form. And I understand what you're explaining when you're not sure exactly what's going to go there. There's still some studies that should be done, especially when it has to do with this aquifer, before we can do anything.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Doucette. The current quarry operation is a pretty heavy industrial type use, and without knowing the exact type of industry that will be locating on this property, it's very difficult to ask for a specific study that measures a specific impact. And so going forward, council may have a mechanism to ask for studies if required, if council deems it necessary, and we'll include those details in the recommendation report.
Thank you. Mrs. Jean?
Good try.
Any comments?
Yes, through your worship, Councillor Doucette, and just to echo planning staff's comments, that is a fair point you've raised, that the activity that's been taking place at the quarry is quarrying, and it is a heavy mineral extractive use. So it is a heavy industrial use. There are transportation impacts, there are trucks, there are activities that take place. So the activities that are proposed in the zoning provisions that are being applied for aren't, in my submission, more impactful, at least at first blush. So when you look at the list of uses compared to a quarrying activity, though I hear your concern, but it is a heavy use, and it is a use that's taken place on that property and in this area for a great number of years.
Mr. Doucette?
I agree with you that it's a heavy industrial that's in there now, but it's moving all the time. It's not something that's going to stay there. and it's going to be there for a concentrated amount of time with who knows what. And that's the difference.
Any comments, Mr. Johnson?
No, through your worship, I take note of your comment.
Mrs. Emery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, please excuse me, I have a cold as well, so I do have a few questions. My fellow councillors have asked most of them. I have a huge concern with these comprehensive zoning bylaw change. That's it's like a blank check, and it really bothers me that we would be asked to do this. We need to answer to the people sitting out there, and we need to assure them that they're going to be safe and everything's going to be wonderful. Well, if we write a blank check, that's a really hard thing to do. There is one way around it, and that would be if you would be willing to do comprehensive site plan control. So you would be able to provide all the studies to protect for all the possible uses. Then it might be something we could sit down and do, but you realize that's an extremely expensive thing to do. And I understand that as well, but it's equal to what you're asking us to do. So I would ask for far more information. Either there's going to be some specific uses, or let's see the studies for all the uses. I know that that's a lot to ask for, but I think that that's what's required in this situation. You're talking about water, and it's a fundamental right that people have to have clean, good water. And this could be quite dangerous. So that's really all I wanted to say.
A comment, Ms. Johnson?
Through your worship, Councillor Demery, I hear what your comment is, and I just would like to reiterate back, I don't know blank check. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it is a prescribed list of permitted uses within those zones. So it's not wide open, anything goes. It's the permitted uses within the identified acceptable uses within each of the zones being requested. But I hear your comments about site plan control, and leave those items to comment on through your planning staff.
Ms. Demery?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can, when I say blank check, I'm meaning that you're asking us to allow for many different uses, and they're so different from what you're talking about that's happening there today. I mean, the list includes dry cleaning plants, food processing plants, auto body shops, things that can have an incredible impact. So if we're even going to consider that we would allow for those, let's see those studies up front. That's what I'm saying.
Any comment, Ms. Johnson?
No, your worship, I hear the comment. Thank you.
Councilor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Shannon. Shannon, I just want to confirm something that I'm pretty sure I heard you say. When this comes back to a future council meeting with all the reports and everything, did you say that council at that time will also be making a decision on the site plan from the 80s and whether they want to go this route?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bodnar. Planning staff will be bringing forward a report, a separate report prior to bringing forward the recommendation report to council respecting the entrance off second concession as well as the existing site plan agreements that are in effect.
Okay, then that being said, the only real protection for the residents and for the water is to uphold those site plan agreements and tell the ministry that we want that to be rehabilitated. So I know the quarry's got every right to bring this forward. That's, you know, if I owned that business, I'd be doing the same thing and ask for whatever. It almost seems like we should have made that decision first and see whether we're going to even move down the road to looking at that. So I'm encouraged that we will deal with that, you know, at that same meeting, and certainly see whether we even want to go further and look at any other options other than rehabilitation. Thank you.
Madam Myers for round two.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just I'm going to, this is for council to decide, I'm going to put this one forward. I really believe that we need a much larger catchment area to be notified. I understand under the Planning Act, you know, it is followed 120 meters. Is that right, Mr. Aquilina?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Butters, that's correct, from all the property boundary lines, 120 meters.
I appreciate that, but I think this particular application has much far-reaching impacts than just the 120 meters. So I'm going to request that a much larger area be notified of any future meetings regarding this issue. I'm going to suggest for a start at least east to Shirk Road and north to Forks Road and south to the lake. And I would imagine there's even to the west in around the Berkeley and parts of Ward 2, there may be interested parties from that area as well. So I'm going to ask that council's blessing on that notification being much, much further expanded to the parameters that I suggested. Unless somebody's got a better idea, I'm always open.
Mr. Aquilina, do you have any comments on expanded boundaries for notice?
No, Mr. Mayor, as Councilor Butters alluded to, it's under the Planning Act where we're directed to do statutorily. If council deems it to be a larger area, then direction is needed. I would also like to mention that there is ample signs that are on the property right now for the traveling public, but I understand Councilor Butters' concern about getting the mailing out to council. What we typically do, though, and that's why the council direction is important, once we send out the notice of public meeting, we only are legally required to send out the one notice. We don't normally send out re-notice of when council is going to consider something again, but if the direction of council is to do so, we will do that.
We have the request of one member of council. I think it might be appropriate under the circumstances. Is the consensus here that you'd like to expanded boundary for notices? Mr. Bonder, do you have a question?
If you needed a seconder on that, I would certainly second that, so I'm in favor.
Is everyone clear on the boundaries suggested by Ms. Butters? All those in favor of that suggestion? Opposed, if any? That's carried. Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. If we can make those notices happen soon. Any other questions of the participants this evening? Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just clarification. So we've just decided that we're going to be creating a larger area to be noticed. Does that also mean that we are going to be letting them know when it returns back to council? Because I want that also to be included in this. Okay. I didn't hear that, so I wanted to make sure, clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our presenters. We appreciate your participation this evening.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, for the opportunity to come and speak to you and answer your questions and take your information.
Thank you. Our next delegates are for Mr. Wells and Mr. Halinga, who have given notice. And I understand Mr. Wells has asked to, or Mr. Halinga has asked to go last. Is there any concerns with Mr. Wells this happens? Any concerns of members of council? There being none, then I'd ask Mr. Wells to come forward.
Press the little red button. Thank you, Mayor and Council and Gallery. I've put to you a lot of things that I'm going to cover probably have already been covered, but I will try to go through this as quick as I can. I understand I'm trying to keep my presentation limited to 10 minutes. I have over 70 questions that I have to answer, so I will not be answering all, but I do have a written copy of the questions that I will hand to City Clerk for clarification later on. We know that the area, we've been told about the area, and you can see it on the the screens where we are, and how do I switch screens? This? Okay. Got it. Yep. When we're speaking about the quarries, something that has to be clarified is that we are talking about Pit 1, Pit 2, but we are also talking about Pit 3, because Pit 3 is conjoined with Pit 2 in the licensing under the AR Act. And also, Pit 1 is also a condition of the licensing for quarrying of Pit 2 and Pit 3. So they cannot be treated independently. They have to be treated all together. And that will even lead to some of the other concerns that have been raised in the past through this. We know what the Port Colborne Quarries was asking for, and I don't think there's any question about that. The major thing that I have a question on that in regards to is that heavy industrial includes light industrial. So why would you distinguish between having heavy and light together? It's just heavy. When you do a fatal flaw analysis, you go to the worst case scenario. If you don't have the details, you got to assume the worst case. So from this perspective, we are looking at heavy industrials and anything within that heavy industrial zoning. And those can include chemical manufacturing, petroleum manufacturing, fertilizers, insecticides, pesticides, anything you want that can be included in there. So it's not just quarrying, and it's not equal to quarrying. We've heard that this is a concern from all the councillors. So it's concern to me as well. The licensing of the quarry under the is issued under the Ministry of Natural Forests, Resources and Forests under the Aggregate Resource Act. The purpose of the license is to control and regulate the aggregate operations, rehabilitate the land and aggregate as that was removed from and to minimize the adverse environmental impacts. Every licensee is required to operate the licensed site in accordance with all the license conditions and provisions. That's all of them. Of the site development plan and of the site plan agreement. That's a condition of their operating. They must do that. Every licensee is conditional on the site development plan and the site plan agreement, and they are the primary mechanism to control the activities on the site and they are legally enforceable. It's very important to understand that. The requirement to progressively rehabilitate, and that's the condition that's put onto these quarries, is to progressively rehabilitate, is one of the most important purposes of the Aggregate Resource Act. The site plan development and the site plan agreement is the primary mechanism for defining the rehabilitation requirements and ensuring the disturbed area is rehabilitated. In the past, before my time, the quarry was agricultural. You can still see that today. Farmers to the south, around my property is the little square cube there on the bottom. That's all being farmed. In fact, he was out there tonight harvesting soybeans. Properties to the north is agricultural. So that whole area was agricultural, and that's an important thing to remember, because the Aggregate Resource Act bases their rehabilitation based upon the previous use. Not the future use, but the previous use. So the Aggregate Resource Act rehabilitation standards are a minimum. They are not the maximum. This is just like your notice. You send it out to 120 meters. That's a minimum. The council has the right to decide how far that should be sent out. So that's a minimum. Section 48(1) of the states in the ARR that the rehabilitation must be in accordance with the Act and the regulations and the site plan and conditions of the license. So the rehabilitation that exists there now on Pit 3, Pit 2, and Pit 1, even though you've heard Pit 1 is not licensed, it's a condition of rehabilitation for them to mine 2 and 3. So it is included. So the rehabilitation, one of the objectives of that is the restoration use or condition. So former use was agricultural, it should go back to agricultural unless there are other circumstances. Compatible with surrounding land uses, including aesthetics. Surrounding land uses, there is industrial, but there is agricultural, and there's residential. So how does that, a heavy industry based in the bottom of a pit, of a quarry, fit aesthetically with that area? How would it fit with a hotel? How would you like to be in a hotel looking down into a pit where there's industrial operations? How does that fit with the valet center being right around the corner? Agricultural productivity of soil capability, that's if you rehabilitate it to agricultural purposes. So there's a number of things. And it does meet with the Greenbelt Plan. So I have some questions in regards to the rehabilitation and in regards to the site plan agreement and compliance that we've seen today. So I would ask the city staff if they are aware of the license, the site development plan, and the site plan agreement. So that's a question I would like answered. You don't have to necessarily answer it tonight to get through all these things. These can be answered later on. Has Port Colborne Quarries been operating within the compliance of their license or site plan agreement? I would like that one answered tonight.
Mr. Rock?
Pardon me?
I was asking Mr. Rock to respond to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Wells. I'm not sure that I'm the right person to answer the question about whether they're operating in accordance with their licenses and agreements. And although I'm familiar with the fact that they have site plan agreements with the city, I'm not well versed in the details, so I probably can't speak too well to that item either tonight.
We could make inquiries on that behalf.
Sorry?
We could make inquiries to confirm those answers.
We can definitely do that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wells.
I believe Mr. Aquilina knows the answer to this question.
Mr. Aquilina, do you know the answer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, or to yourself, right now the site plan agreement from 1982 does not have compliance. One of the matters that required was the passive recreational lake, but the site plan itself did not give a time frame as to when that was to be done, nor did it define what was a passive recreational lake. There was no details, but there are other issues in the site plan agreement that I can advise council that aren't in compliance. One of them being either or for a tunnel underneath Babian Road or a signalized light. There are other matters in the site plan agreement that are not in compliance, and ones that council will have to make a future decision on. Is that something that you want to see done on the quarry's land?
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Mr. Wells?
And again, there was another one that Mr. Aquilina failed to mention in regards to the storage of windmill components in the pit number 2 this year, which is not part and parcel of the conditions of extraction. Mineral aggregate, which was raised before. So again, they are in violation. They were in violation. Those components have been moved out, but again. So the other question I have for the city staff is what type of rehabilitation and to what level? And you've heard it's to be a passive lake, but the rehabilitation, it's important. It's progressive rehabilitation. And what that refers to is as you mine, you rehabilitate so that when you're finished, then it is what it was supposed to be, a passive recreational lake. So does the city official plan require compliance, and this is a question, with the Aggregate Resource Act and its rehabilitation standards? So I would ask that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Wells. The requirements of the Aggregate Resources Act trump the Planning Act.
So if they trump the Planning Act, the question comes in, where's the official plan in regards to this? So is rehabilitation as a heavy industrial site considered equivalent to the progressive rehabilitation required by the AR, the OP, or the site plan development, or the SPA? I don't think so. Are there any
Mr. Wells,
examples?
excuse me, Mr. Wells. We're coming to your time limit. It's getting very close.
Okay.
But you have a lot of questions there.
Okay.
I wonder if you might provide a copy.
They will be provided,
The city
all the
staff.
questions in the thing.
And they will probably give you the answers that
Okay.
you require if possible.
Very, very good, Mayor.
Okay?
Okay. There's a lot that I have to cover. This, as I said earlier in my presentation, there are a lot of issues in regards to this. One is the future extraction expansion. We know the official plan protects mineral rights, so their potential is to expand that area further. I do have questions in regards to that. I have one of the issues on the official plan is that the official plan 3.10.1 general policies requires any new industrial development to demonstrate compliance with the D6 guidelines. And the D6 guidelines means there's an impact zone. And that distance from the property lines of the industry to the property lines of a sensitive land use has to have a set level. And that level, as a minimum, is 300 meters.
Mr. Wells, you're beyond your time.
Okay.
We've agreed that those questions need to be answered, and we will undertake to do so. If you could wait a few minutes, I'd like to ask if any members of council have a question of you.
Okay.
Councilor Desmarais?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, my question isn't of Mr. Wells, but it has to do with his presentation. I'm wondering if, because there's so many questions here that need to be answered, and I think everyone would like to have the opportunity to hear the answers. So I'm wondering if we might think about scheduling a further meeting to take more time to answer the questions in a public forum so that everyone can hear them, and maybe see how everyone else goes, and that might be an answer. Because it looks like we're going to be limited in time for everyone, and this is a really important issue, and everyone has a lot of questions.
Thank you for comments, Madam Desmarais. Mr. Eckerling, I don't see a problem with that.
Mr. Mayor, it's a direction of council. We don't normally have a second meeting after the public meeting, but if the direction of council is to do so, we will hold that at a future meeting once we actually obtain answers to all the questions. I'm sure it's going to take some time. So we will, once again, we have the mailing list notification. We will do that. I'm assuming it will be sometime in the new year.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions at this point? Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Aquilina. Dan, you replied and gave an answer to Mr. Wells' question on the site plan agreement for Pit 1. That was agreed upon, that you said there was no time frame delineated in the site plan agreement for rehabilitation. You also said that there was no definition of a passive lake.
Through
Now,
Mr. Mayor,
my question to you is, who sets the timeline, and do we, as the city of Port Colborne, have the power to enact that site plan agreement and have it enforced?
through Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Elliott, yes, in a future amendment, you can actually put some language in place to actually define what is a passive recreational lake and at what time would you expect that to be done, considering that we have the Ministry of Natural Resources that also regulates quarries. So that to be some consultation with the ministry to make sure it doesn't impact or impede any of their legislation.
Anything further, Mr. Elliott? Any further questions of council? We would reserve the right to ask additional questions when we come back to the second session after hearing the responses to all the questions Mr. Wells had. That be satisfactory, Mr. Wells?
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wells. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Halinga to come forward.
If I might, I have a lot of questions as well, which might be asked by other members of the public, and I would like to have them give them their time first, and then I will be able to defer some of my questions or eliminate some of my questions that were previously asked, if that's all right with you and council.
I think council's happy with that. Are there any members of the audience tonight who have a question or questions on this? The gentleman at the back? would you come forward, please? Lady at the back. And could we have your name and address, please? Yes, come to the light, please.
My name is Mary Van Ruven. I live at 787 Highway 3. At the present time, the quarry is pumping a considerable amount of water out of the quarry through the Wignall drain across my husband and my property. I would like to know what kinds of restrictions or protection will be put in place to ensure that that water does not contaminate my property should this land be rezoned heavy industrial. At the present time, the water that is coming through the drain is filled with limestone particulate. As was said in our letter, when it was pumped onto our vegetables, it damaged the vegetables. They weren't able to grow effectively, and they weren't sellable at the market. So we're already feeling some of the consequences of that water being pumped through our property. And I would like to know how you can assure me that should this land be zoned heavy industrial, our property will not be contaminated by contaminated water.
Are there any other questions, Mrs. Van Ruven?
Well,
the reason I say that I'm not sure there's anyone here this evening who can respond to that level of expertise required.
Yeah.
But we'll certainly take that under advisement, and that we will get the
I share the
necessary
concern
answers.
that everyone has about the highly vulnerable aquifer, and I'd like to also know how the council can protect my access to water, because I have had a highly productive well, which is very shallow. It's only 21 feet. I've raised 5 children in that house. I've done a lot of laundry. I've never run out of water. Okay, so how can council assure me that I won't run out of water moving forward, that my children and my grandchildren, future generations, will be able to use that land and that water for its zoned use, which is agricultural? And yeah, that's pretty much my concern. Like, I want to continue to be able to use my land for its zoned purpose, which is agricultural, and I want to continue to have access to an abundance of clean, healthy water. So how are you going to assure me that that can be continued?
Thank you for those points.
Yeah.
As I say, we don't have the expertise here tonight to respond to those. I'll just maybe ask, is there any member of council that has any additional questions of Mrs. Van Ruven? There be none. Thank you very much for making those points. We will provide you with answers and provide you certainly with notes of the next meeting. Thank you, Mrs. Van Ruven. Is there anyone else? This gentleman here? Another gentleman over there. Could you come forward, sir, and provide us with your name and address as well?
Yes, my name is Ray Stark, and I reside at 919 Highway 3. I think one of the questions I had has already been asked, and that is pertaining to the studies that were, the question I had was pertaining to studies that were to accompany the application. And I think the answer I heard is that there were none. The second part of the question I had was what agencies were actually contacted with respect to this application? And
Mr. Aquilina, do you have any comments on those questions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Natural Resources, and the Region of Niagara were provided notice of tonight's meeting.
Ms. Johnson, do you have any comments on that last inquiry?
Sorry, probably not enough. Other than the agency circulation was reiterated in the staff planning report, I'm not aware of any other agency circulation that was taking place formally with respect to the application.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add, Mr. Mayor, that I purchased the property at 919 Highway 3. It's a 10-acre parcel 30 years ago and built a home on it. And I've had quite an experience with Colborne quarries. I had a stone fireplace come down. I've had basement floors crack. plastered ceilings in Cove, Crack. Haven't had much luck with any response from Park Colborne Quarries or the city on that matter. I've been waiting for 30 years for some change, and I really don't think I have another 30 years to wait. And just one final note, this afternoon at 5:30, there was over 1,000 Canadian geese and other waterfowl flew over my house and landed in the quarry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Stark, is any member of council has a question of Mr. Stark? Thank you, Mr. Stark.
Thank you.
Gentleman down there, yes, sir. Could you come forward with your name and address, sir? At the podium with the red lights on.
Yeah, my name is Ron Saxon. I live at 642nd Concession. I was just wondering, first, why are we doing this? Has this ever been done in any quarry, existing quarry in Ontario? Did they ever make it a heavy industrial lot? Or are we just the first? Are we the first?
I can't respond to that, and I'm not sure
Did anybody? Has this been done before? When I look it up, all I see is that if it's near water, it's filled up with water, and other than that, if it's dry, they fill it up with garbage.
Mr. Eklund, do you have any comment?
Mr. Mayor, off the top of my head, I know in Queenston there is an active, well, there was a quarry there that is no longer in use, and the individual is planning to do a plan of subdivision in those lands.
Where is that? Is that in Ontario?
It's in Niagara-on-the-Lake, for you, Mr. Mayor.
I can't hear.
It's Niagara-on-the-Lake?
Niagara-on-the-Lake?
Yes.
Okay.
He said they're planning to do a plan of subdivision in the quarry. They don't take aggregate out of there any longer.
And is it next to water? It's Niagara-on-the-Lake's a little lower. It's just like the quarry in Thorold. It's right at the edge of the escarpment, so it's not next to a lake.
I'm not sure of the exact location. I know it's down there somewhere.
Okay.
I think might be on the bench area.
And I mean, basically, it's a hole in the ground, right? And you want to build down there. One person saying, you know, zone it, and they will come, but it's not going to happen. And I just can't see why we're even doing this.
But that would be a separate situation altogether from our current applications.
What's that? I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
The example of Queenston quarries doesn't really impact the current application.
The quarry of this one.
Yes.
Okay. It's just for curiosity.
Okay.
Either, you know, if it's never been done, then we're the first. Either we're geniuses and the rest of the world's wrong, or maybe we're wrong.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any questions? Yes, Mr. Bodner.
Just because the gentleman asked a question, why are we doing this? I think the quarry has every right to bring an application forward and ask, you know, for what they're asking for. So they're not doing anything wrong. We're not doing anything wrong. We're dealing with an application that came forward. So, you know, we just can't say, no, don't bring your application. I believe they have every right to do it. So we didn't go out looking for it. They brought the application to us.
Okay, understood.
Thank you. Gentlemen in the front row here, could you come forward? Your name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is David Buick. I have a residence on 2464 White Road. That would be the number 4 ward. Anyway, very simple question. It's there seems to have been a lot of concern about, legitimate concern about noise and dirt and shaking of the ground from whatever they're doing, drilling and blasting. But the one thing I'm really surprised is that the lack of any information about what's, in my mind, is the most important, and that is the aquifer. And I'd like to ask the representative for the Port Colborne Quarry is, what do you know about the aquifer underneath the quarry, which is, how deep is it now? Which was 7 meters underneath the water line. You've been in business for 30 years. I've worked in the mining industry myself, so I'm not an expert, but I know that there's always water concerns. Now, I would like to know exactly what you know, what kind of studies have been done, or any information that you know about our aquifer.
I think the response given initially was that we didn't have a lot of knowledge about the aquifer and that we'd have to get back to council and the public with more detail. But perhaps Ms. Johnson would care to comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. What I can say is that there have been studies done. I don't have the information here with me tonight. This wasn't an issue that we were coming to address with respect to the technical information about an aquifer and local water quality, so I don't have that with me. And I have undertaken in response to the question, we will have further information to provide council on this issue.
Okay, thank you. They will provide additional information.
But if I could just,
okay with you?
I'm sorry, yes, but if I could just
go ahead.
Have a comment now.
Sure. That,
to me, is the most important issue, and I'm sure most other people. I have a well that's actually been affected just in the last couple months. I know it's had a history since 1969. I've been told after it's been tested, it's been better than bottled water. Now my wife and I are drinking bottled water, and I can't say exactly what happened, but the response is worrisome to me, because that seems to be the most important and the most obvious concern. And there's absolutely no information, and somebody's going to get back to us? Okay, thank you.
Okay, excuse me, sir, are there any more questions from members of council? There being none, we note your concerns and we'll respond to you.
Okay, and like I said, I did pick up but I just wanted to clarify that there's no information. That's what's worrisome. Thanks.
Thank you. Gentleman here in the light brown tunic or shirt, come forward, please. Your name and address. The gentleman back there with the white beard, you're next, and there's another gentleman down here. Okay, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Go ahead, sir.
My name's David Henderson, live at 2199 Babian Road. I've got 40 years experience as a professional engineer in heavy industry. Approximately 25 years ago, maybe before your time, Mr. Aquilina, I was at a meeting at the Port Colborne Quarry office. It was with the prior owners. I was showing fairly detailed drawings of what the rehabilitation of that property would look like. I've rehabilitated a large automotive foundry in this city, so I have some experience at rehabilitating contaminated sites. And it was extensive enough that I was reasonably impressed with it. So I think someone needs to go back and look at the history and find that drawing before we say there is nothing in writing. It's got to be somewhere.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of this gentleman? There was a gentleman over here. Go ahead, sir. Yeah, that's you, sir. Your name and address, please.
My name is George McKibben, Mr. Mayor and councillors, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Environmental Advisory Committee. Earlier this evening, we handed out our copy of our report to you, which I had the pleasure of authoring after reviewing with the committee. And Shannon has graciously summarized the points for you this evening in her report. But I want to encapsulate the report in 3 basic points. Firstly, there is a reasonable probability that land use compatibility arising from air, noise, and dust emissions from light and heavy industrial uses on this property will result in land use incompatibility with residential uses around it. And there's also a reasonable proposition that there are hydrogeological concerns as well. The second point is that there's also a very reasonable prospect that if proper studies were done to address land use compatibility from the air, noise, and dust perspectives, and from the hydrogeological perspective, that some and perhaps many of the uses that are listed in the light industrial and the heavy industrial sections of your zoning bylaw would not be able to be developed on this property due to compatibility and suitability. And the third proposition that I want to put to you is this, that if the zoning goes ahead as proposed, the holding provision and site plan provision cannot be used to address the principle of the uses, even though the studies may show them to be unsuitable, because the principle of the use is established in the permitted uses of the zoning bylaw that is being sought by the applicants. That's our report in summary, and thank you for the opportunity of presenting it to you.
Excuse me, sir. Is there any other questions? Councilor Butters?
Not so much as a question, but I was wondering through you, Mr. Mayor, could you just expand a little bit about what you mean by a holding and the site plan won't work to control? Can you just expand on that much more?
The holding provision and the site plan provision of the Planning Act are intended to be applied to permitted uses established in the zoning bylaw as those are implemented in the future and on the ground. And they cannot be used retroactively to determine the principle of the use if it's established already in the zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and we will have a copy of that report. Do you have it there now? Or
I've handed it out, and your clerk has handed it out to each of you.
But we received it up here as part of the record.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, sir, thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. Come up.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name's Devin Cook. I live at 420 Second Concession. I, too, have concerns about the water, but this is my other concern because we've gone through all this. 18 months ago, they removed a berm and created an additional entrance into the quarry, which we were reassured that was going to be replaced as soon as October of this year. There's not yet been any work done on that. And when this occurred, that they put in this entranceway, I inquired when this happened. Apparently there was a notice sent out, and they had additional meetings where they allowed this to happen. I do believe that the quarry representative said that the MTO will not allow them access to Highway 3 or the 140. Are you, the council, willing to make Second Concession a throughway for industrial traffic? That's my concern.
I don't think council can respond to that, but just with the information you provided with us. I recall that they may have removed that berm when they were bringing those windmill parts into the bottom of the quarry.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And that project is complete as far as I'm aware.
Well, we'll make inquiries as to when and where that berm should be coming back.
Good, because it'll cut down on the dust.
Thank you. I'm asking again if there are any more inquiries, but I'm questioning if it's concerning the aquifer or dust in the air. Those questions will be met, will be addressed. But Councillor Kahn from Wainfleet, do you have a comment?
Betty Conk, 831 Highway 3 East. I do have a few questions for council and staff. Some of them have already been answered, and thank you so much, especially Councillor Butters, for expanding the notice area. That was one of my concerns. And I will say that most of us who live around the quarry, we all bought or built our homes knowing the quarry was there. It's pretty hard to miss. However, what we didn't sign on for was more heavy industrial usage. So, and this question has been asked before, and I apologize for asking it again, but what is it that they want to put in there? Don't you think we should know what that is before we say yes to an ask? It seems like a reasonable request. Now, the potential for all of the homes surrounding the quarry is that they could be devalued with more industrial, heavy industrial added. So this means that there's going to be a revenue shortfall in taxes, property taxes to the city. So my question is, and maybe Mr. Sinise can answer this, when there's a shortfall due to devaluation of property, will the added industrial make up the difference?
Councilor Nance, do you want to tackle that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It all depends on the assessment that's either reduced or increased based on the industry that may go in there. So it's very hard to determine what that combination would entail. But ultimately, once we know what that may be, then it affects the overall assessment and how we budget and for the assessment, which affects obviously the tax rates going forward because of the split of residential, commercial, and assessment and industrial assessments. So hard to determine that at this point in time until you know what's going in there.
Thanks for that kind of sort of answer. The list of the uses that was shown earlier is pretty extensive, and some of them are pretty vague and really broad at the same time. So we, the residents, could be forced into having maybe a tire recycling plant, recycling used oil to be used for resellable quality, or maybe even an asphalt plant, because the proponent is sort of in that business. So again, this is going to produce exhaust and smoke, and it's going to be pretty stinky, and it's going to affect our lifestyles and again the values of our home. And I'm wondering if the precautionary principle has been applied here.
Aquilina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one thing I would like to inform council of, even though there are uses that are listed as permitted, there is a section of the bylaw that talks about prohibited uses, and no noxious use can be allowed anywhere in the municipality. So I've heard some conversations about the types of uses that would be allowed, but we got to keep in mind that we have prohibited uses that captures all the ones that are obnoxious.
That's good to know. So should this request be approved and the proponent actually puts in some sort of a plant and actually employs some people, how will this plant be serviced? When the floor of the pit is already below the water table, pumping effluent uphill is a pretty tricky endeavor. And what happens should those pumps fail? Is that going to affect our groundwater? And we've already heard that none of us are geotechnical experts here. So I will hopefully hear back from the proponent's lawyer that it will or it won't. And I just have to reiterate that you're not being given any extra information here to make a decision on. I find that kind of scary as a resident. So it's great for the proponent if you, council, decide to go ahead with it, but what about us? We've been here for a while too. So and there's no guarantees that whatever is put down in there is not going to affect our aquifer, our lifestyles, and the values of our homes. I would just like you to keep that in the back of your minds when the reports all come back. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Conk, any questions of Mr. Conk? There being none, thank you very much for your presentation. Is there anyone else that has a point that hasn't been covered to date? Yes. Mr. Halinga, could you come forward now, sir?
My name is Jack Halinga. I live at 770 Highway 3 with my wife, who is also present, and we have been at that address since 1974. I do have a lot of questions, and I have provided copies of the questions. I've given the clerk 12 copies of the questions and 12 copies of my comments. I will read through them as quickly as possible. I do have answers to some of the questions that were raised just because of the background that I have with this. But I will first read my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to provide comments on the subject issue. Port Colborne Quarries is an extractive industry. It is fully understood that quarrying in a designated mineral resource area is unavoidable given that aggregate for construction is a necessity and it is a non-renewable resource. However, in order to obtain a license to quarry, a quarry operator must file an application, a site development plan with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. In accordance with the Aggregate Resources Act, the site development plan must attempt as closely as possible to return the property to its pre-quarrying condition. There is a strong effort by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food, supported by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, to return agricultural land to a related agricultural use. Obviously, if a quarry is allowed to mine below the natural water table, as in the case of Port Colborne quarries, there are limits to how the land can be returned to active agriculture. The alternative to mining below the water table would be to mine to the top of the water level only, and then replace all the overburdened materials in layers to return the land as close as possible to its pre-quarrying condition. This is the ideal rehabilitation, but it substantially reduces the volume of aggregate that is available for quarrying. In order to obtain the current license under the Aggregate Resources Act for the pits east of Snyder Road and east of Babian Road, Port Colborne Quarries submitted a site development plan which included a restoration to a passive lake. Prior to agreeing to rezoning the land east of Snyder Road, the City of Port Colborne also required that Port Colborne Quarries enter into a site plan agreement to restore to the same final rehabilitation as in the Aggregate Resources Act license that previously mined lands west of Snyder Road. The site plan agreement was registered on title at the Land Registry Office. The final rehabilitation to water resource has numerous benefits. In addition to allowing for additional mining into the natural aquifer to provide substantially more aggregate, the replenishment of the aquifer supports the continual surrounding agricultural operations and residential properties. Farmers require large quantities of water in order to be successful. As a passive water resource, it also reduces the potential for contamination of the high vulnerable aquifer. And I'll continue and then comment. Regardless of the location of the pits, quarries Pit 1 and Pit 2 location within the urban area boundary, a passive water resource is the most appropriate rehabilitation for this site. It was agreed to by all agencies and ministries and neighbors when the site development plan was finalized. It is part of the site plan or site plan agreement. There is nothing wrong with an urban lake, and in fact, there are innumerable opportunities for taking advantage of the aquatic potential. Further quarrying east of the currently licensed lands can also be impacted if the existing pits are not rehabilitated in accordance with the site development plan. The current pits have created a groundwater interceptor trench across a significant reach of the aquifer. The potential for cumulative impact on future quarries below the water table is huge. In order to provide the least impact on the environment for generations to come, passive water rehabilitation is ideal. Respectfully submitted, Jack and Charlene Halinga. My questions, I will read them very quickly, and they are provided, so we will probably be expecting written replies to them.
I think your presentation is the same as Mr. Wells, that we will respond to your question. In the interest of time, I don't want to shut you down, but I would appear that we're not going to get to the
Okay, I have a couple other, I don't think I've used up my 10 minutes yet.
No, you haven't.
Okay, some specific questions. The very first one, does the simple application for an official plan amendment or zoning bylaw amendment allow the continued current use of the property for uses requested in the application but not allowed in the zoning bylaw? And what written procedure does the city follow in an application to ensure it is a complete application? In the pre-consultation with the proponent, what studies were required to be submitted in accordance with the official plan section 11, in particular the studies to be made available in clause 11.9.2?
That's three questions. Perhaps anyone here, Mr. Halinga or Mr. Aquilina, can you respond to any of those three questions?
Mr. Mayor, if I can, just reading the for question number one, I think what Mr. Halinga is getting at is when the property was in violation of the zoning bylaw. If I'm not correct, then I would ask Mr. Halinga to correct me. If I am correct, then the zoning right now does not permit the storage of windmill component parts. If the application is approved, then they would be able to use that property for storage.
Mr. Halinga, do you want to just clarify?
Well, my question basically goes back a little farther than that. It's when we brought it to the attention of the city that it was being used for storage. The reason we got for it not being enforced was that they were preparing an application for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment so they could carry on doing what they were doing. So that's the impetus of that question.
Through Mr. Mayor, the property was deemed to be in violation of the zoning bylaw. With any property in violation of the zoning bylaw, the city works with the applicant or the property owner to bring something forward to council. It took time, but this is why you have the meeting this evening.
Question number two. You have the questions there?
Mr. Mayor, the determination of what is considered to be a complete application, it all depends on what is being proposed. We have policies in our official plan that talk about complete applications and the studies that are required. Because of the application before us this evening, at the time, we only determined that a planning justification report was a required study to be done. And that was.
Mr. Halinga, any comment?
No, go ahead.
Question number three.
I believe, Mr. Mayor, question three is the same as question two I answered.
So, in my view, the rezoning and the official plan amendment to allow heavy industrial uses was determined to not be adequate to require any studies and to accept a 2.5-page planning justification report and base a request for amendment and basically an acceptance for a request for plan amendment on almost no information whatsoever. The comments by Ms. Larac on the notices to the agencies is that they were provided with the public notice. In the public notice and in the planning brief for tonight's meeting, not where one place is it noted that this application is for something below the level, natural water level in the aquifer. And there's two components. There is an aquifer for provision of water. There is a high vulnerable aquifer, which by definition is an exposure to contamination. And in the quarry, there is absolutely nothing to prevent an exposure to the high vulnerable aquifer. I'll just answer a couple of the questions. When Ms. Butters asked about the...
Halinga, we're coming to the end of our time.
Yeah, this will be quick.
I want to give you a leeway.
Okay. The notification distance, even when the precast concrete plant was proposed in Pit 1, there wasn't conformance with MOE D6. It was classified as a light industry. And in the eyes of the ministry, as submitted at the OMB hearing, that does not fall under a light industry application. EI, extractive industrial, is a temporary use as defined in the Aggregate Resources Act. So the fact that EI might have heavy uses, heavy industry type uses, it is defined as a temporary use. The definition of passive recreation lake and the question about where are the plans, they're on a table at the back in the meeting room back there. There are the complete rehabilitation plans as agreed and as per the license for extraction under the Aggregate Resources Act as given by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. So the question, who wants to see it? There it is. And
Mr. Halinga, I appreciate where you're coming from. We have a lot of work to do to satisfy you and Mr. Wells with all the questions you have. But to continue on this line tonight is not perhaps very useful right now. But we have to meet. That will be a long session in public, of course. And everyone here tonight will certainly be invited back if you leave us your names and addresses. But we've got a lot of work to do on this application, and you're going to help us with that. We appreciate that. So I would just ask members of the council, does anyone have a quick question on here? Go ahead, Councilor Kenny.
Thank you. As I told you, I keep stuff that he sends me. I just couldn't find it, but I did. I knew if I went through my notes fast enough. In your one letter you sent off, it says this application is for four sumps pumping to 2 locations with an aggregate dewatering rate of over 25.4 million liters a day. A day. Okay. And you note, so then it says, this would require a new application for the permit to the PTTW, which is permit to take water. And then you mentioned, I just want you to kind of explain this so everyone understands and to put this in perspective, what Port Colborne Quarries has permits to take that, and yet in Wellington County, you send it to us, there's a business that wants to take, well, less than that. We're doing 16 times greater volume than the Nestle proposal in Wellington County. You asked what's wrong with Port Colborne. What's wrong with Port Colborne? It's a very good question, Mr. Halinga. So if you could just maybe expand on that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Kenny, the permit to take water is specifically for pits and quarries uses.
Correct.
And nothing that has been presented tonight indicates that the MOE has asked if they're willing to give a permit to take water for an industry 7 meters to 8 meters below the natural aquifer level. That's it.
Thanks.
As I said, this meeting has to continue at another time when there were appropriate responses to the very insightful questions you and Mr. Wells has provided. I hate to recognize you, Councilor Demery, but you're always so good. A short one, please.
It is short. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And really, it's for Dan Ecolina. I just would like that question added in about whether or not that permit to take water can be transferable to other uses.
Cannot.
It's one of the other questions in my list of questions. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ecolina, for your presentation, and we look forward to our continued interaction together.
Thanks, Jack.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I am not an expert in this, but I was around during the site development plan preparation in the early 80s, and I've got files on it, so I'm willing to share with anybody that asks. Thank you.
Planner LaRock, do you have some closing comments?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask Jack one question?
One question, Mr. Erlinga, from Mr. Joseph.
Jack, the plans that are in the back that you told everyone could see, are those yours?
Those are mine, yes. From
are they copies, or are they the reason I'm saying that is I want to make sure you don't lose your documents.
Yeah, these are dated. These are dated 1999, and there are the full set I have provided to Don, the actual documents from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry.
Okay, so if they left that table somehow, there wouldn't be an issue with it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I'm going to take them with me.
Okay, that's all I was asking. I just wanted to make sure.
To say, please safeguard them this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Port Colborne before the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment are approved, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the City of Port Colborne to the Ontario Municipal Board. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Port Colborne before the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment are approved, the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party. If you wish to be notified of approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, you must make a written request to the clerk. Only those persons and public bodies that give the clerk a written request for the notice of the adoption and passing of an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment will be given notice. Again, there's a sign-in sheet at the back of the room. Please make sure that everybody signs and includes their mailing address so that we can send you notice. And this concludes the public hearing under the Planning Act. The proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments will be placed on Council's agenda at a future meeting.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
At this point, I will adjourn the planning meeting and reconvene the regular meeting of council in about 3 or 4 minutes to allow people who have no interest in the subsequent meetings to leave. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of Committee of the Whole, 21-16. Are there any addendum items, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe the Chief Administrative Officer has an addendum item.
Mr. CAO?
Yes. Through your worship to council, I do have an update on item number 2, which is report number 2016-193. I've been working with staff since the last council meeting at council's direction on the deferred report. This is a new version of a report that was deferred, seeking more information from Bell Canada. In the course of working with Bell Canada, there were some questions raised by council that have been answered in part, but not in full. So we put our heads together today and decided, with council's permission, to withdraw this report and return on November 28th, when staff from Bell Canada expect to have all of council's questions answered. So with council's permission, I will withdraw that report.
Thank you. Council is happy with this. Thank you very much. I'd entertain a motion to confirm the agenda. Moved by Councillor Butters, seconded by Councillor Kenny. All those in favor? Carried. And are any disclosures of interest tonight? There being none, that would be so noted, please. I'd entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of the regular meeting of Committee of the Whole 20-16 held on October 24th, 2016. Moved by Councillor Doucette, seconded by Councillor Wagner. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to determination of items requiring separate discussion. Item number 1 has to be discussed. Does anyone care to make that? Moved by Councillor Main, seconded by Councillor Kenny.
You need a secondary later.
Any other items? Councillor Doucette?
Mr. Mayor, I believe item number 3 needs to be pulled because of a presentation that will be made.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other items? Councillor number 6 would have to be also pulled. That's item number 6, Councillor Butters.
6, 9, and 12.
6, 9, and 12. That's what we'd like to hear.
Another hand here. One.
Okay. I understand. Councillor Demery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Items 3, 11, and 12. And for item 3, I would request that motion could be heard first when we hear the motions, because there is a delegate involved with that motion that has driven a long way and has a very long return trip ahead of him.
Okay. Is there any concern about that? That will happen then? 11 and 12 also, Councilor Demery?
Yes, please.
Are there any others? Then I entertain a motion to approve those items not requiring separate discussion. Moved by Councilor Demery, second by Councilor Maine. All those in favor? Carried. We have a presentation this evening from Abby Stansfield, the Oral History Project Coordinator at our local Historical Marine Museum. Abby, could you come forward and...
Mr. Mayor and Council, I would like to ask if I could do an introduction of Abby before she begins.
Certainly.
We brought our Canada 150 sign here, and I just wanted to let Council know about a little bit about a committee that started in March. It is a Canada 150 committee made up of council, citizens, and staff from community services, as well as the museum. And with that committee, we did apply for a Canada 150 Fund grant. And I just wanted to let you know, because I got a call from our MP on Friday, that we were successful in that grant. So we were receiving $22,800 towards our community events. And the committee has been working hard on this grant. More information will be coming, but it's definitely a community engagement. We have an email as well as a Facebook that we really want to hear about what the citizens of Port Colborne are interested in seeing and doing for Canada's 150. So the grant is called Port Colborne Heritage Days, and you'll be hearing more about that. But another grant that was applied for through the museum was from the Senior Secretariat, and I have Abby Stansfield here, who was hired as the project coordinator for the event. Abby?
Welcome, Abby.
Thank you. So the grant that we applied for was the Seniors Community Grant, and the Senior Secretariat puts it out to provide a means of projects that seniors can feel included in their communities. So our project is This Place Matters, My Canada, Oral History and Living Library Project, and it's taking place between October of 2016 and February of 2017. I will be interviewing oral history interviews of 30 seniors from Port Colborne, or who have had an impact on Port Colborne. And we're at this stage putting it out to the public and getting in touch with seniors community groups, because we wanted to extend farther than just those who are already involved in the museum and reach those in the community, because a lot of people don't feel that their life has been exciting or important enough, but that's what this project's about, to show them that they've all played a part in making the city what it is today. The accumulation of the project will be a living library day, where our local youth from high schools will have a chance to check out senior and hear their stories firsthand. So that's really exciting. Way to bridge that age gap that's typically there. That will take place on February 21st, 2017. Part of the project also includes hiring a photographer to take tintypes, which were popular during Confederation, so in 1867, and it's putting the photo onto a piece of tin. We found a photographer that'll do that, and we're going to make an exhibit of these portraits, a temporary exhibit that will be there during the Living Library Day. We're also going to transcribe all these oral histories and make a booklet. One copy will be available at the archive so people can research them, and the other will actually go to the participants so they have something to give their families, and they also receive the Tim type. So it's a very exciting project. Were there any questions about it?
Members of council, any questions of Abby? Councilor Demery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Abby, thank you very much for this project that you're undertaking. And I can tell you that our seniors committee is really happy that this is happening, and we like to keep them informed. So if possible, we'd like to invite you to come and attend one of our meetings. And we meet once a month, so I'll certainly get you in on the agenda so that you can meet with them and let them know what you're doing. Thanks.
Through Mr. Mayor, I have reached out, and it was just there wasn't enough time to facilitate it, but it's definitely something that's on my radar, and I would love to get involved with.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Abby. Great presentation. The part that excited me the most, besides the grant win for you guys, was the living library. And I think that is something that more cities should look into. To have younger peoples sit down and talk to older residents that have had an impact on their city and hear their stories firsthand, instead of just reading about them in a short little passage, but to actually have the chance to sit down and discuss and hear what these people have lived is a great opportunity for our students. And I just wanted to know, is that only for students, or is that open to the general public to go to the living library part?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Elliott, that'll be open to the public. We're just facilitating it with the youth through the high school. So it's open to the public, but we want to ensure that there's enough students to participate in the living library.
Fabulous. And just for everybody's information, can you repeat that date again so everybody knows when that will take place?
February 21st, 2017.
And that will be at the museum?
L.R. Wilson Heritage Archives.
Archives?
Heritage Week.
Heritage Week. Perfect.
Thank you. Great.
Any other questions or comments? There being none, Abby, thank you very much for the presentation, and congratulations to our museum and receiving their grant on the Canada 150. That's going to be an exciting year.
Hearing a little more from the budget about that.
Oh, yeah, well, you brought in 22,000, so.
Thank you, Stephanie. We appreciate it. And I'd also like to comment on your patience for staying here through the planning meeting, and to everyone else here in the audience who also, gentlemen, who also stayed with us, and we'll try to get through the agenda as quickly as possible. Okay, next delegations, Mr. Smith and Mr. Greyway. Wish to make a delegation. They're from the Niagara Regional Labor Council, making a PowerPoint presentation in support of Transgender Day of Remembrance. Mr. Greyway, can you push the little red button there?
Hi, Mr. Mayor and Council. I am Blake Smith. I am a transgender male, female to male, and Port Colborne is my home. First off, Transgender Day of Remembrance is on November 20th, 2016, and I would like to see Port Colborne raise the flag. I'm asking for November the 18th. That's a Friday for you guys to raise the flag in support of Transgender Day of Remembrance. But first off, a transgender person is a person whose gender identity or expression does not match the gender they were assigned at birth. And I'm just going to show you a little bit about my story, my experience. I struggled with identifying with who I was at birth when I was growing up. I never felt like I was the girl the world wanted me to be. My close friends knew I was a boy before I could even come to terms with that myself. I was terrified of rejection from my family, friends, and society. I knew I had to make that life decision soon. I was quickly dying inside. At the age of 23, I began my transition. I never realized how hard it would be to live as my true authentic self. Each day I leave my home, I need to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for any transphobia I may face. I quickly learned how ignorant people could be when they can't tell if someone is male or female at first sight. I am often greeted with an unwelcoming, unwanted look while going about my day in my community. As I've been on testosterone longer and presenting more masculine, the hurtful looks seem to be decreasing. But not all transgender individuals are as lucky as me to be on hormones and have their name legally changed. Money is a huge issue when it comes to transitioning to one's liking. There is no wrong or set way to transition. I have recently been experiencing a lot of transphobic slurs, particularly as I'm waiting for the Portlink bus to college. It is very mentally and emotionally draining to have to start my school day off on that negative note. I try to not let it get to me, but the truth is, it does. I also walk a lot around town to go shopping, meet with friends, and attend appointments, as all citizens of Port Colborne have the right to do. I have people slow down, roll down their windows at me, and yell transphobic slurs at me. I also get the finger a lot as I do this transphobic act. I've also been harassed by coworkers, received bad bedside manners by uneducated healthcare providers, and I definitely do not feel safe in public washrooms. I've had some very threatening comments made, challenging me to fight while I was using the facilities. I fear that one day soon I may be a victim of a violent transphobic act. I wish I could leave the house without fear for my safety. I am asking the City of Port Colborne to stand with me against transphobia so myself and fellow transgender individuals can feel safe and welcome within the community we call home. So what is Transgender Day of Remembrance? Transgender Day of Remembrance was created to remember those who have lost their lives due to anti-transgender violence and transphobia. That's just a quote I put in from the founder of Transgender Day of Remembrance. Why recognize Transgender Day of Remembrance? Transgender Day of Remembrance brings awareness to the violence, hate, and diverse struggles the transgender community face on a daily basis due to being different from the social and cultural norms. My goal is to bring awareness to the City of Port Colborne about the homophobia and transphobia the LGBTQ community of Port Colborne face. Transgender identified individuals happen to be the most vulnerable to harassment and discrimination. We also have the greatest chance to become a victim of physical violence. Many of Port Colborne's transgender community lives in secrets due to the acts of transphobia we face in the city. What can the City of Port Colborne do to support its transgender community? The City of Port Colborne could take a stand against transphobia by raising the transgender flag on November 18th to recognize Transgender Day of Remembrance.
So Mayor Maloney and Council, thank you for affording Blake and I the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Chris Grayway, and I'm the Vice President of the Niagara Regional Labour Council. For those of you who are not aware, the Labour Council represents thousands of unionized workers across Niagara. Operating under the umbrella of the Canadian Labour Congress, the Labour Council promotes social justice, human rights, fair labour laws, safe workplaces, and we advocate for all workers and people across Niagara. With that being said, the Labour Council and its over 14,000 members would like to express our strong support for Blake's resolution. We stand in solidarity with the LGBTQ community, and we call on City Council to raise the transgender flag on November 18th to recognize the Transgender Day of Remembrance. Transgender people confront ongoing discrimination, marginalization, often feel unsafe around family and friends, in school, at work, and in public spaces. By raising the flag on November 18th, the city would help start important conversations, increase awareness about the everyday struggles transgendered people face, and the flag raising can be used to nurture an environment based on solidarity and equity. By passing this resolution, Port Colborne would also join Welland, St. Catharines, and hundreds of cities across the world who have also recognized this day. In 2015, 81 transgender people were murdered, with the victims disproportionately being transgender women of color. The actual number of transgender deaths is considered to be much higher, as many go unreported or misreported. This is in addition to the verbal abuse transgender folks must confront while doing something as simple as going to the store to pick up groceries or when they're going for a walk in their neighborhood. Collectively, we must challenge our actions and words, improve laws, and develop policies to ensure transgender people are able to live and work in safety and dignity. On our end, unions must bargain for language and collective agreements that ensure no discrimination clauses cover gender identity and gender expression. In addition, unions should negotiate paid leave and other benefits for transitioning members. The city here should follow suit and adopt and/or negotiate similar policies with union and non-union staff. So to conclude, misconceptions, intolerance, and hate must be replaced with acceptance, tolerance, and inclusivity. I'd once again like to express the Labour Council's strong support for Blake's resolution to raise the transgender flag at City Hall on November 18th for the Transgender Day of Remembrance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greyway and Blake, for your presentation. As a matter of fact, we will be passing a proclamation later this evening at the regular meeting of council. But I have a further practical question. We don't have a flag. We plan to raise the flag, and we'll be raising it if we have one. Can you advise where we might obtain a flag?
I have one for you guys.
Okay. Thank you very much. We can either take that tonight, or you can bring it in the morning of the 18th. Anyway, that might be the best way to do it. Bring it with you, and we'll raise it that morning. Okay. Any other questions of our interveners this morning? Is the theme, Councillor Demery and Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to comment to you, Blake, I am really so sorry that you've had to face these abusive behaviors from others. It's just, there's no excuse for those things. And I do thank you for your bravery coming here and telling us about it.
Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Blake. I had the chance to speak to Blake on the phone. He impressed me then on the phone. He impresses me tonight. Well done. I think as we shine bright lights on these situations, that's what helps fight against them. So don't give in and don't give up and hang in. And I wish you well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presence here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
We'll take care of you. Okay, following the agenda, very briefly, a mayor's report. Last Saturday was the Lions Food Drive. Thanks to everyone in the community who showed up to help with donate goods. There's an ongoing need to assist the Frico Center, and we appreciate the community's participation in this event. As you know, Remembrance Day was November 11th. There was a wonderful turnout at 8H Snow Lakeview Park last Friday to observe Remembrance Day. And thank you to the members of the Royal Canadian Legion and St. John's Lutheran Church for organizing their respective ceremonies. Again, a special thanks to the 79th Linton Davies Squadron who attended on site, and the cadets were there at 5:30 for a sunrise vigil on what was a very extremely windy morning. National Child Day, we invite you to join the City of Port Colborne and Port Colborne YMCA to celebrate National Child Day on Sunday, November 20th, and participate in free family fun activities at the Ballet Center. The free activities start at 12 o'clock with family skate, family swim, subsequently 1 o'clock, 1:30 open gym and family bounce, and you can have the opportunity to try sledge hockey at 2 o'clock. So come out to the Ballet Center. It'll be a wonderful opportunity to enjoy your families. And finally, Allied Marine and Industrial, myself, members of council, and members of staff attended the grand opening of Allied Marine and Industrial's new Advanced Manufacturing Center. They have created 16 new jobs and have retained 45 industrial positions. So we congratulate Bob Mitchell and his team and wish them continued success. Regional Councilors report to Mr. Barrett. Thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of brief updates that have been happening at the region. Number one, the SWIFT, this is in particular for the rural areas of Port Colborne, the Southwestern Integrated Fiber Technology. There was an update at committee where $400,000 was approved of a total budget not to exceed $1 million for this project, which would in essence, over time, see all residents in rural areas across southwestern Ontario and this component within the region to have access to fiber and internet. So it's a really good step towards economic development and those kind of cottage industries to give people access no matter where they are in Niagara. At the Planning and Development Committee, there was a waterfront investment program, 2016 funding recommendations approved. $1 million in this case was to Fort Erie and St. Catharines, and I'd remind that City of Port Colborne was successful last year, and certainly if there's another application coming forward during your upcoming budget deliberations, I encourage you to do that as well. We did approve at the Budget Committee level, likely this Thursday evening, should receive final approval for the Waste Management Services operating budget of $51 million, with a net amount of $34 million, almost $35 million. And really, Catherine Habermehl is here this evening. You'll probably hear from her shortly. But really, accolades go to her and her team for preparing that budget, which in essence results in a reduction of 1.2% from last year. And for Port Colborne, because the requisition is spread around municipalities based on levels of service, et cetera, which we'll be speaking about soon, it's actually a reduction of 1.87% for Port Colborne. The water and wastewater budget also was approved at the Budget Committee level. It's a 0% for water increase, at 1.3% wastewater, for a total water and wastewater combined 0.8%. Also, I wanted to advise Council as well as the public that there are a series of public information centers to be held this month to get feedback and opinions from residents on the future of intermunicipal transit in Niagara. The closest one to Port Colborne will be held in Welland, at Welland City Hall, their multipurpose room, November 23rd, 7 o'clock till 9 o'clock. Since late 2015, an intermunicipal transit working group led by St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, and Welland, with the support of the region, have been working on improvements in intermunicipal transit service and studying best options for the future of intermunicipal transit delivery in Niagara. And certainly we encourage to hear from everybody on that front. And finally, Mr. Mayor, just a quick update from the last council meeting I was at. I was asked about the pedestrian crosswalk on Main Street and Wellington, and I can confirm in conversations with regional staff that project is currently up for tender and construction is still slated to be complete by the end of this year. And I have advised the ward councillors as well to that effect. And I'm happy to take any questions as always.
Any questions, Mr. Barrick? Councillor Doucette?
The only comment I have is thank you very much for that, and thank you for helping us out with that one.
My pleasure. Thanks for bringing it to my attention.
Thank you, Mr. Barrick. Appreciate it. Are there any councillors' issues that staff wish to bring forward? Staff as well. Yes, Mr. Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I guess it would be Mr. Hanson. I had a report of a manhole on the corner of Elgin and Fielden that appears to be loose. When cars or trucks go over it, it seems to do a lot of rattling and bouncing around. I just wondered whether you'd had any other reports over that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Maine. No, I hadn't heard about it, but I've made a note of it now, and we'll get a work order on that tomorrow to address it.
Anything else, Mr. Maine?
No, nothing.
Councillor Kenny?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Aquilina, and I believe we have somebody here from the Humane Society, but you all received a letter again, email from an individual in Port Colborne who was concerned about a vicious dog attack and our lack of response, Your Worship, to that attack. So I spoke to Mr. Aquilina after I received, I think this is the second time we've all received a letter. And I believe after the first time, we asked that more expedient matter, or this would be taken care of, and it has not, according to this individual. So I believe Mr. Aquilina has asked her to come this evening, and I believe she's here from the Humane Society. And if I could just ask her the questions that have been sent to all of us, I would appreciate that, Your Worship. Thank you. She sent us a letter, and I want a response.
I appreciate that. Mr. Aquilina, have you seen the letter? Are you prepared?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I saw the email. Councillor Kenny forwarded that to me last evening.
I never got the letter.
And you want the young lady to ask
Well,
this question?
I believe that Amanda is best equipped to answer this, since she is responsible for that section in our city.
It's almost like a delegation again, which is not on a delegation list, but is there, is the will of council to hear from this lady?
From the Humane Society?
Yeah.
We need to do it.
I want to hear from her.
Been moved and seconded, and I don't think we really need a vote. But, okay, the consensus of council is that we would hear from this lady, whoever she might be. Could you come forward, please?
Amanda
Ellis?
Amanda Ellis, yeah.
Thank you, Amanda.
Council, Mr. Mayor, my name is Amanda Ellis. I'm with the Water Investigation.
No red button.
Oh, sorry. In the middle, yep. Okay. As you can see, I'm a little under the weather tonight, so please bear with me. I haven't seen the email, so maybe you could ask the questions. Due to that it is a public forum, I do have to keep the confidentiality of the victim and that involved. Okay?
Right. Thank you.
But I will do my best to answer everything.
Thank you. Anyone who is on the Dog Muzzle Committee is familiar with Amanda Ellis, because she comes to our meetings and gives reports. However, these are direct questions that the taxpayer has asked, and you and I have had a couple of conversations about this individual, but it says, why was the animal that attacked a child killing his animal not picked up the evening of the attack?
Okay, so on the evening of the attack on August the 30th,
correct,
the officer responded, and the person that was walking the dog was not present, neither were the police. That is who called us. The only person that came out was a neighbor on the street and stated that the dog lived at such and such an address and that there was an attack. So through the course of the next couple of days, the officer was compiling the information. There was not a child attacked in the incident. There was a dog attacked. Through a result of the injuries to the dog had to be euthanized at an emergency clinic. The person walking the dog was a young adult male in his early 30s. He was walking the dog for his mother's landlord or superintendent. Okay? So the reason why the dog was not removed that evening is under the City of the Port Colborne bylaw, we have the authority to remove the dog immediately for 10 days. However, that is for the 10-day, no longer than the 10 days, and that is for a quarantine period, which the Health Department regulates. Health Department do not quarantine dog-on-dog bites or attacks. It's only dog-on-human. So there was no quarantine period set forth by the Health Department. We did not know the injuries or the circumstances pertaining to the incident at that time at 9:30 at night, as we had no one to speak to other than the dog accused owner.
Okay, and then she asked in her second question, why was the Dog Owners Liability Act not enforced by the Welland Humane Society?
Okay, so the concerned citizen I did have a conversation with on September the 2nd. The victim dog owner I had a conversation with on September the 6th, and due to the privacy, this lady that the concerned citizen She is not, under the Privacy Act, she is not entitled to information that is going on in an investigation. The victim and the witness that were involved would be entitled to that, and I did so due diligence by contacting both of those individuals. That's how I'm aware that the person was not a child and he was not attacked by the dog. The dog victim owner informed me on my conversation with her that she actually had a lawyer and she herself was proceeding under the Dog Owners Liability Act to get restitution as well as other things for the vet costs.
And again, she asked, has there ever been a conversation on how this situation would be better handled in the future by our subcontractor, because you are like a contractor for the city of Port Colborne, and she wants to know how this could be taken care of, I guess, more expediently than it has been, in her opinion.
Well, the officer attended that evening. The officer did her due diligence. The individual that owns the accused dog does not reside in the city of Port Colborne. There became legalities in that we were, I'll be quite honest with you, unclear of. We are issuing under the municipal bylaw of the city of Port Colborne a muzzle order to a person and a dog that doesn't reside in the city. We did so as such, not knowing if we even had the legal authority to do that, but we went ahead and did it as well due to the severity of the attack. The questions through some emails that were raised is what could we do more due diligent? We enforced the municipal bylaw to the extent, even though the resident and the dog owner was not a resident of Port Colborne. I'm not quite sure what exactly what is being asked to expedite it. I'm not sure.
Again, just one more question from her is that this dog comes back all the time. The dog does not live here, nor does his owner live in Port Colborne. However, the owner of the dog that attacked is here almost, she says a couple times a week because she has a boyfriend here. And she's concerned that this dog, once again, because there is no enforcement in her opinion, will attack again. That's her concern.
Under the City of Port Colborne Animal Control Bylaw, I can't stop someone from coming into the City of Port Colborne. I can put restrictions on their animal to prevent another attack, as stated under the dangerous dog designation of a muzzle order. The dog must be leashed. My understanding is the yard is not fenced, so should the dog just be out to relieve itself, it would have to have the muzzle on, and all of this has been explained to the dog owner. I can't stop them from entering the city. I haven't received any concerns as to there's been a violation of the order. Under the city bylaw, we can actually issue fines comparable to those that may not be familiar with that. A parking ticket, we issue a fine. In the city of Port Colborne, it is $300. However, because we do take dog bites so serious, we actually issue a summons. We don't issue fines under your bylaw. We issue a Part 3 summons and we go directly to court. That being said, we would need witnesses to the offense that occurred, dates and times of the offense. Was the dog out? Did the dog not have a muzzle on? Was the dog not leashed? To my knowledge, as of today, we have not received any complaints as such.
That's the end of your questioning. Any other questions, Madam Demery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Amanda. So, Amanda, just correct me if I'm wrong. You have issued a muzzle order and have received no complaints about that muzzle order being violated?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, would it be advantageous for you to have the City of Port Colborne create a bylaw that allows you to bar a dog or ban a dog from the city?
This is the first case since we've been doing animal control for the City of Port Colborne that I've known that has been an issue and that question has been raised. I believe that would be up to you, Mr. Mayor, and the council if you want to make an amendment to your animal control bylaw.
Thank you very much. And I would suggest that that's exactly what we do. We've talked about meeting as a group before, creating a committee to talk about animal controls and some of the situations that have happened. So that's something I would suggest we do.
Thank you. We'll take it under advisement. Councillor Waters? To my left. Thank you very much for your attendance tonight, and again, thank you for your patience in staying through the previous meeting as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Aquilina.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I reported to council previously, that's something that we'll be discussing with the legal counsel, what are our legalities to do so. So that will be brought forward to council when our supervisor bylaw enforcement returns.
Thank you. Are there any other staff responses to previous council items, or is there any? Are there items for councilors to comment? Go ahead, Mr. Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder, ward meeting, November 23rd, Tim Hortons, corner of Elizabeth Street and Highway 3, 7 p.m. Councillor Desmarais and myself will be there to meet with all Ward 2 councillors, all Ward 2 constituents, I should say, and see if we can get your concerns and bring them back to council. This will be sort of a one-on-one. You come in, you sit with one of us, and we take down your concerns, and then we go from there. So, okay? See you all there.
Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one item to speak of, and this is about a meeting that was held on Thursday. The Fire and Emergency Services Master Planning Committee met to discuss the fee structure and how that is applied. And if possible, I would like the Chief Cartwright to speak to this issue. Sorry, just before that happens, I do know that there is a motion coming forward about fees, but this is separate from that and to deal with one specific issue, one specific business.
Chief Cartwright.
Your Worship, the Council, yes, we did meet last week to discuss this particular issue, and after doing some research and having a bit of a discussion during the course of an hour or so on that particular meeting date, a decision to bring forward to Council is that we're recommending that the fee schedule be modified for this particular type of residence. Within the category that it currently falls under, there's an exemption for care facilities. We're recommending that we break out the bed and breakfast into a separate section, which would still be in the residential section, and the fee for that, and plus we would add a definition to the bylaw, and the definition would be specific to bed and breakfast, and it would cover for properties of up to 4 sleeping rooms. The issue we have is the fire code doesn't speak to sleeping rooms, such as what a bed and breakfast has. It deals with dwelling rooms. The difference between a dwelling room and a sleeping room is that a dwelling room could include washroom facilities, could include cooking facilities and things of that nature, versus a sleeping room is strictly a property that has a common washroom and or kitchen area, and it services a number of rooms within it, such as within a bed and breakfast. So what I'm proposing to do is bring forward to Council at its next meeting an amendment to the current bylaw, breaking out bed and breakfast so that it's separate, and the discussions led to the cost for that particular inspection. The cost for that inspection would be $275, which is somewhat less than the previous amount that it was categorized under, and there would be an administrative fee and, of course, taxes on top of that. So my proposal is that I will bring forward to Council at its next meeting a very brief report outlining the changes and do an amendment to the current bylaw as it currently stands.
Thank you. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, I would like to see this added to our next agenda, the staff report request to add to the next agenda, and I do believe this actually addresses the situation and allows a business owner to go forward with their business and not be bogged down with the system.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Danch? No? Councilor concerns, go ahead.
All right?
Yep, we're finished with Councilor Dem, right?
Yeah, okay, fine.
Councilor Ellie, you had a question? Okay. Councilor Dan?
I believe my question is going to go to Ron, as it's kind of a bright idea. First and Third Avenue there, right off of Highway 3, the two first lights are out. It's extremely dark there. When you go to try to make the left onto First Avenue, you can barely see the intersection. One of the homeowners close by there's tried making a few calls and that, and of course to no avail. He's got nowhere. I just wondered maybe you could do a shout out to the contractors and see if they have a look at those lights there, because it is extremely dark on that intersection.
Through Mr. Mayor, we'd be happy to follow up on that and check it out. And just a word that anybody has a street outage, we now have that app on the website. CNP has it, and if you notice a street light other than these, you're free to report those to CNP or to our own contractor. So we'll follow up on this tomorrow and make sure they get fixed.
One of the problems the homeowner said to me, and it was I drove by tonight, he says there's no numbers on the pole, and I know that's important, that you want to get that number off the pole, and apparently there wasn't anything. He did check during the daylight hours and call me back, but if you could look into that, I'd appreciate it. The other thing I have is Hummerson Park around on Elm Street there was some concerns of some needles being found in the park. I'm sure we all got the email. The lady gave me a call. She lives on George Street there. It's extremely dark. I mean, we've got this time change going on now, so things have changed rapidly, but I take a drive down Neff Street tonight, and I look to my left towards the park and the church, and it's pitch black. And if this stuff's going on, it's supposed to be a park for kids, and these needles and stuff are never a good thing. So I don't know if they're get a pole and get something stuck up there just to brighten up the neighborhood a little bit. I'm sure the lady would appreciate it.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, through you to Councilor Danch, we've had an initiative we've been working on for some time now, and looking at the technology that's available with solar lighting. We're looking at different alternatives to put some park lighting in. So because of the extreme cost to run hydro into a park, a fairly large park, we're looking at alternatives to put solar type lighting to illuminate within a park area, and it's something initiative we've been working on for a while. So we can put Hummerston Park certainly on that list as one of the ones to take a look at, and perhaps that's an option.
Thank you.
Councilor Bonder, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Hanson, I guess. It's brought to my attention, and I wonder whether you could check with Henry, our drainage superintendent. We had cleaned one of the drains we had cleaned in Ward 4, and it is now being used by four-wheelers as a nice roadway, because the drain has been cleaned out so much, and it's a nice straight stretch with a flat bottom, and we haven't had a whole lot of rain. They decided to begin to use this for four-wheeling. Certainly that puts a cost to everybody that pays into that drain for upkeep and maintenance of it. I'd like to know whether the drainage superintendent's aware of that. I can provide him with the drain and the location. I don't have it with me tonight. I just heard about it, but it's disconcerting. I don't believe we've ever had that problem before, and certainly we need to contact the regional police and see if we can somehow get this under control, because it's a costly venture if they start ruining the sides of that drain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two items. I'll direct this one to Mr. Hanson, and I'll ask again. When we sold the CMT lots, the original houses and lots that were, or the original lots that were sold, had a park dedication fee attached to them for a basketball court, Sunset Park. Are they rebuilding the basketball court, or are we far enough along where we're not going to do it? And if we're not going to do it, let's refund the money to the people that paid.
Through Mr. Mayor and Councilor Elliott, the plan is still to go forward with that. We have the hardware, the equipment, and we're securing prices from our contractor, asphalt contractor, to actually have a suitable location there, which I think we have, as well as getting a price to put an asphalt court in as recommended. So in answer to your question, yes, we're going ahead with the basketball court for that area.
Be finished later this year?
Hopefully
spring?
finish this year.
Yeah.
If the contractor's back in now, so we're in the process of securing a price for that. He's done some other remedial work on some tennis courts for us at Centennial, did a nice job on them, so we're going to try to secure the same type of pricing on this. We have the hardware.
Okay.
Available.
Thank you. Second item is, I'll put it to our CAO. I did have a complaint, and I've noticed myself a few times calling into City Hall, trying to talk to people. The complaint that I had from this resident was that they called and were told that the person was in their office and they would speak to them. When they got through their voicemail, it said, "I'm out of the office, so I'll be returning in a week." So how did the call get transferred to somebody that wasn't there when they thought they were? And I've noticed myself to call, and it's not a reflection on staff. You're busy, I know. But when you want to call somebody and we say that they're in the office, and then you get put through and voicemail answers, is there any way that we could have a system that we can see that staff is either busy in a meeting and you can tell the caller that that particular staff is busy, or if somebody's gone out for lunch, that the notification go up that they're out for lunch instead of, I don't know, I can put you through to their voicemail and you can see. I think people get frustrated when they call and expect to talk to somebody and they continually get voicemail. That very, a lot of times, and I know how busy staff is, so it's not a comment on staff, but it looks badly to the residents that they never get to talk to a person. And there is a lot of times when I know that with senior staff, you're in meetings or you are busy doing other things. If we could let people know that they're not available, but I could put you through to voicemail if you would like, and you can leave a message. Just part of customer service. I've heard it from several people that they always call in and they always get the same thing. Yeah, I'll put you through to them, and voicemail picks up. Just
Mr.
a comment to you.
Do you have a comment?
Through your worship to Councillor Elliott, I'll certainly look into that. I can't explain how that happened, the time that it did happen. I do know the nature of workflow. Someone downstairs might think I'm in my office, or a person in the second floor is in their office, but sometimes you're in the next office over working on a project or an impromptu meeting that sort of springs up on the fly, if you understand what I mean. Yeah. The other thing, I don't know the nature of our switchboard. I do know several times, even just today, I was on the phone. We have call display. It tells us who calls if the person's number is not private. But if you're on the phone, you can't see a call that's gone the number, and if that person doesn't leave a message, you can't return that call. So if I see, Mayor Maloney has called me, I could call him back. But if I'm on the phone when Mayor Maloney calls me, I'll never know that he's called me if he doesn't leave me a message. So that makes it difficult for people. I have had people complain over the years, I've worked here for years, over the year, that they've called numerous times and no one's called them back. And I said, "Did you leave a message?" And they said, "No." So they weren't really aware they were supposed to call back. But having said that, some kind of a system that makes the switchboard aware if a person is in or out or available or unavailable is what I'll explore and look into.
Yeah, that would be great. If we need an upgrade in our system, I think we did just a few years ago, but if there's an add-on that we can get that staff or anybody can say, I'm in a meeting, and then you can have the option to leave a message or not, right? And then if they want to call back, but I think that repeated voicemail gets a little agitating after a while. So if you could look into that, that'd be great.
Thank you. Any other councilors or inquiries? There being none, move on to consideration of items requiring separate discussion. Item number 3. I believe, was it Councillor Demery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Community and Corporate Services, Community Services Division Report number 2016-178. Subject, proposal from Berkeley B1, Canadian Fishing Championship.
You're correct, Mr. Maine. Item number 1 was actually first on the list. but we have an individual here as part of a delegation on item number 3 who has to come back to Quebec tonight.
Noted.
Pardon me?
Noted.
Thank you, sir. Okay, item number 3 is Councillor Doucette and Councillor Demray. You're making the recommendation?
I made the motion,
and,
yes.
Councillor Doucette, you're seconding it? Discussion? Mr. Wu is...
We have a delegation for it.
Mr. Wu, could you come forward to make your presentation? And anyone else who may also be presenting.
I'll push the red button.
Good evening, everybody, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillor members. My name is Ben Wu. I'm the president and founder of an event known as the Berkeley B1 Canadian Fishing Championship. I know I have a very short time to go through quite a bit of details, but I'm going to try to streamline it so that we get a gist of why we're here. With me today is someone you might recognize. He's a Canadian Fishing Hall of Fame member and my personal icon growing up, Mr. Bob Izumi. So thank you for coming, Bob. I'll talk first, and I'll let Bob say a few words, and I think we'll be able to transmit what it is that we want to say to all of you folks tonight. The B1's been around since 2009. It was the inception was in Montreal, and really it was a creative thought that started as a dream in the sense that this country is brought together with several different elements. You know, you think of Canada, you think of hockey, you think of the outdoors, and fishing is certainly part of our DNA, you know, right across, from Vancouver all the way to Halifax. Growing up, fishing was a huge, huge passion of mine, and it led me to a career in event promotion. I was actually the past sponsorship director for the Canadian Grand Prix Festival in Montreal for many years. And as I got older, I realized that I had an opportunity here to bring my specialty and what I've learned in my professional career to something that I loved, and that was fishing. At the time, in 2009, when we started, there wasn't a whole lot of high-level fishing events in the country. So I figured we'd start locally. I'm from Montreal. I actually drove 8 hours to be here tonight to speak with all of you because of the passion that we have for this event. We started the event in 2009. It has grown over the last 8 years in Valleyfield in Quebec to the largest, most prestigious, premier sporting event in fishing within Canada. We give away tremendous prizing, over $100,000 per event. We have anglers that come in from over 6 different provinces into town to fish the event, from Halifax, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Ontario, Quebec, Manitoba, and even as far as Alberta. Last year we had a competitor drive 64 hours from Alberta to come compete at the event. 2017 marks a very significant year for us, and that is that we'll be finally expanding to a national program to include 3 different events and to go from a singular event into a 3-event championship. It took us a lot of time to develop the confidence to do so, and also the support from the tremendous amount of sponsors that we've managed to partner up with over the years. Some of the biggest names in the business, Toyota Canada, Berkeley, of course, Under Armour, et cetera, et cetera. If we can just skip through a couple of pages on this presentation here. I know you all have access to it. It gives you an idea of some of the visuals. I'm just going to jump real quick another page. Right here, please. Thank you. Just give you an idea of how serious it is. It's tremendous as far as a giveaway or a prize purse for any sporting event, never mind for fishing. $100,000 brings out the absolute best of the best in the sport, and that's why they drive so far every year to come and do it. With the expansion to 3 events, we plan to duplicate this exact format to each and every event. We'll get to the next slide. It's a very unique event in the sense that it really puts together the best anglers in Canada. They come out in a professional manner, you know, fast boats, high-performance trucks, the whole 9 yards, and it really is what separates the B1 event from potentially any other fishing event you've ever seen. Whereas the likes of Bob Izumi and other media personalities do participate in it as well. And really, if you look at it at first glance, for somebody who doesn't know what they're looking at, it kind of has a NASCAR look and feel. You know, there's a lot of corporate sponsorship, there's a lot of colors, there's a lot of professionalism behind it, and really makes the sport of fishing a little bit more exciting than one may anticipate. Next slide, please. A couple of unique features of the event. it's recognized as the most prestigious competition of its kind in Canada. The entire event is live streamed, so it's broadcast throughout the world, and we get really good live stream numbers. And not only is it live streamed as far as the weigh-in presentation, but also on the water, behind the scenes, unique interviews with some of the competitors. We've got major national partners and sponsors, extensive marketing and social media, as we'll see in the next few slides. We have participation from over 6 provinces. And really what this means to Port Colborne is that we're going to take, I know that a couple years ago you guys got nominated or even won the best fishing town or ultimate fishing destination in Canada by WFN. In fact, it was Bob's niece that came down and presented the town of Port Colborne with the award. But I feel that this is a great opportunity to activate that moniker, if you will. Because we can come in and produce the most professional, the most elite, the most revered professional fishing tournament in Port Colborne, get the entire world to see what a great, fantastic fishery that we have here, and get the anglers to also get a taste of what it's all about. What's interesting about this event is because there's so much on the line and because the anglers are so competitive, we're not talking about a fishing tournament where the competitors show up the night before and decide to go fish the event. We're talking about an event where they come down 8, 9, 10 days prior to the event, sometimes with their families, both boats, and put in a lot of time on the water to practice for this event. That also means a lot of expenses, gas, food, supplies, hotel, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to go through the next slide, please. I'm almost to you. Don't worry. Next slide again. So these are just a couple of samples of the visuals behind the campaign that promotes the event. Because we'll be running a 3-event tour across Canada, promotions will start very, very early on in the season, like in January. Next slide, please. These are typical example of posters that we would post up. Examples of our live stream show, multiple camera angles, the whole 9 yards. Get to the next slide. Of course, our website, which is actually an archive of every event since 2009. Next slide. Our social media through Facebook, through Instagram, through Twitter, very, very strong, and is a major component of our success. Just I'll give you an example of the type of photography and the imagery that we have at our events. We do have professional sport photographers and videographers for both events. Within the presentation, I did get a chance to meet with some of the individuals involved with the city that produce events and all that. If you ever, we have videos and everything that we can share, obviously not tonight, but a lot of video coverage. Next slide. We do online undercover video, which is behind the scenes. What I want to get to is really the ask. I know that I provided a one-pager which kind of itemizes the ask that we're looking for. This is the standard ask that we ask for other communities. As I said, we're looking at 3 events for next year. So Valleyfield would be one event, which will be our 9th edition. Port Colborne would be event number 2, and event number 1, I actually have a meeting tomorrow with both the town of Quinte West and Belleville, who are both bidding for the same event, and I'm actually meeting them back to back tomorrow, so we'll see. It's definitely on the Bay of Quinte. We've recognized that as the body of water we want to be on. It's just a question of which town that will be hosting the event. Go again. And one more time. So in the one-pager, I basically listed what we're looking for. One thing that I want to add to this before I let Bob speak is in our discussions with the team, they challenged me to say, you know, what can we bring to the table that we can offer Port Colborne to maybe recuperate some of the costs involved in us producing the event. And typically, it's us that takes care of the food sales as well as the alcohol sales that we partner up with. For this particular scenario, recognizing the experience that Port Colborne has with events and festivals, we'd be more than happy to offer the beverage, alcohol, and food sales to Port Colborne so that they can generate profit from that and maybe recuperate some of the costs involved in investing in our event. So in short, trying to tidy that up real quick. Thank you for your attention, and we'll allow Bob to go ahead and take over, say a few words.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Pleasure being here tonight in Port Colborne. Enjoyed some roasted chicken across the street there. Haven't had that since I was a kid growing up in Erie at the other end of this massive Lake Erie where I spent my first 21 years of my life. Funny, I was just thinking about my dad started the first bass tournament in Canada ever. He organized it and ran it when he was alive back when I was 15 years old. I'm 58 now, so that's a few years ago, and that's when I started competitive tournament fishing. I've been fishing them ever since. Fish about 20 events a year. Just got back from Missouri from a pro tournament at Table Rock Lake, and You know, a couple of days ago, the folks from Pure Fishing, which is the largest fishing company in Canada, it's Pfluger, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Shakespeare, a bunch of the companies are under one umbrella. Chip asked me if I'd come and support Ben and Berkeley on this tournament because of the fact that I've been around the business for so many years. As you can see by Ben's shortened presentation, he's a talker. It's a good thing he only gave him 10 minutes tonight. And he also is a salesman and a promoter, and he's a great promoter. And having fished the B1 for a number of years in Valleyfield, Quebec, and seeing what it does to their community, the excitement it brings, the fancy bass boats, the hype, the prizes, the excellent fishing. Now, that's one thing I should say, and I got to keep this short, is I fished all over the world. I've traveled and done everything, Australia, South America, Russia, you name it, in my TV career, of which I still do. And Lake Erie is still one of my top 5 places to fish, wherever I can fish in the world. The smallmouth fishing here is unexploited, and for many things it's really not known that well. This tournament will help make it even more known, which is good for the community. The other thing is the ROI, when I saw the price here, and I was aware of that when we had the conversation before the meeting, the return on investment is pretty easy math, because I'm spending in gas alone in my boat about $150 a day on a normal practice or pre-fishing day. I'm, spending money in restaurants, hotels, you name it, and I'm just one of maybe 100+ boats that have 2 people per boat that are doing it. So it's simple math that we do spend a lot of money when we come in to fish these tournaments, with the hopes that we're going to, take home the prize boat, of which is like a, I don't know, $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 Ranger boat, whatever model you're giving away, Ben. But it's a very nice little carrot to chase for. So overall, I've seen these events, and I've seen them at all levels, because I've fished these tournaments a lot during the year. Ben does put on a great event. He does it professionally. There's no hidden agenda. And I think for a community like this, it's a win-win. I really don't see many holes in it. I've seen what he does in Valleyfield. If it's a carbon copy of that, I think it could be a really good show to go to, and good for everybody. And, if I was a gas station owner, a restaurant owner, a motel, a convenience store, I think there's some benefit to it. And I'm excited about it. I just hope it happens, because I'd like to win one of these B1s before I die. So that's the only reason I'm here, is to promote it, is I want to fish it. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Questions of council?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Mr. Izumi. I've watched you on TV. Good fisherman.
Yeah, thank you.
How quickly do we need to get this done so that we can start? Because the report itself is requesting that the staff be directed to enter into further discussions and negotiations and so on, and that's great. But if we take 6 months to do that, that means it's not happening next summer. So how quickly does this need to happen if we want it to happen next summer?
So due to the nature of the industry and the competitors, typically during the months of December and January is where they make their decision of how they want to invest their money for the competition season ahead.
Okay.
Strategically speaking, to optimize our chances to 110% success, we would need to issue a press release by December 1st. Just announcing the event, maybe less details. What that means from a contractual agreement standpoint, a letter, usually we operate on we can start with an LOI and then work out the details from there, but we need to be able to secure the venue saying, yes, this event is happening at this date in this town.
Okay. Through you, sir, to Mr. Hakeem. I just noticed Gina's here, so that means you guys have been connecting, so that's great. You've already had preliminary discussions, so I gather that's why we have this. How quickly can we get it done so that this can happen? Because I'm all for this. I think it's about time. And I agree with Bobby Izumi that the smallmouth bass out there is unbelievable. And if you know how, and if you're a good fisherman, you'll catch tons of it out there. It's out there, okay? So the faster we can get this done, the better, and the more. Now, yeah, $25,000, but how much money is it going to bring into the city? As Bob says, $150 a day. There's 100, 150 of these guys heading out with these high-performance boats. Just in gas, we're making the money. So, I mean, let's be honest here. Let's take a good look at this.
Mr. Hakeem, do you have a comment?
Just quickly, yes, actually, Gina and Mark from the Marina met with Mr. Wu to discuss this, and that's partly why we were prepared to get the report out as soon as we can. Depending on the decision tonight by council and the willingness to perhaps invest, obviously this is a sport tourism opportunity, and it has economic spin-offs. How you qualify that depends on the type of study that you want to undertake. But I think this is, on a national level, a very attractive carrot. And as soon as we know that we can start discussing items with Mr. Wu and his team, we'll get on it immediately in terms of trying to secure their bid to be here.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. I don't want to be the Grinch that stole Christmas, but total investment $25,000, but it doesn't include all the fees that are waived. It doesn't include Niagara Regional Police. It doesn't include all those little extras that aren't listed in here. So I'd have trouble supporting something unless I know what's going to go on that check. I would like to see a little bit more detail. Like I read this, I read it all over the place. $14,700 taken into account for nonprofit status. Accumulated waiver of the fees for the following: marina, launch park, portable washrooms, hand washing stations. This will all have to be supplied by the city. And I'm glad we did number 3 before we did number 1, because this really makes my point here. A special event advisory committee meeting also would require, prior to the event, in addition, further staffing comments may be solicited for the following: Pocamar, Port Colborne Fire, Niagara Regional Police Service, EMS, and one direction from council is received. I would like to see a little bit more detail on the financial end. I find this very confusing. Maybe it's just me, I'm under the weather, but I can't, unless I see something a little bit more concrete as far as what's going to cost the ratepayers in Port Colborne, I can't support this with those figures right now. And having said that, I love the fish. I enjoyed watching you people all the years you used to came up here with Rocky from Niagara Falls, and I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. And I wasn't aware of what these things cost. Now, if Berkeley B1 would like to come back and send me a detailed financial statement saying, yeah, this is exactly what it's going to cost, I don't think I'd have any trouble supporting it. But the way it is, it's to me, it's like signing a check without cost.
Do I get a chance to respond to that?
Yes, go ahead.
So we haven't gone to the stage where we can actually really break out a budget, because I am unaware of the actual resources that Port Colborne actually has to their disposal. Every municipality has different resources, i.e. staging, sound and lighting, barricades, and such that. This is a very generic kind of proposal in the sense that these are requirements that would take to produce the event in our vision. This is up for negotiation, all depending on the type of resources that Port Colborne has access to or is willing to supply us with. So to your point, no, it is not a detailed breakout, and of course we can provide a detailed breakout based on our past 8-year experience. However, it is a rough analysis based on what we need to produce the event and the amount that it would take. Can it go up and down? You know, a couple thousand here and there? Absolutely, we're open to that. But it really depends on what the city can put forward and what we need, because if the city can't supply it, we'll have to rent it. So it's one of those situations. And of course, we can detail that as we move forward in conversation.
Councillor Demery? Well, come back to you, Councillor.
Okay.
Councillor Demery, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that this report is coming to council, and all that we're being asked for is to allow staff to further explore this. We're not asked to be making a final decision on it tonight. Is that correct? So I don't think it could hurt to further explore it. And in that further exploration, I think possibly Councillor Main's questions could be answered, and any of the rest of us, I'm sure we'll have more questions too. Those could be answered. It's just a matter of exploring it. Don't lose an opportunity just because, we don't have all the information right tonight. Let's go there.
Councillor Main, did you want another crack?
Just one quick summary, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I agree with that, but these people just told us that they have to send out the invitations on the 1st of December. So there's a lot of work to be done between November the 14th, which is today, and our next council meeting, which is the 28th. And that would be the latest that we could actually vote on this if we have to meet your agenda of December the 1st.
And I'm very comfortable with that timeline.
Any other questions? Councillor Rodner, Councillor Dan, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. Do we have, can you get us some more concrete, in your 8 years experience now with this, in Valleyfield, is it that where it's happening? Can you get us a little more meat on it? How many visitors possibly from out of town would the city? I know you've
There's actually a page that speaks to that. Yes. If we can go back to it.
I've seen that. I may have access to some money through Tourism Partnership Niagara through our, they want. I emailed them. They want, number of out-of-town visitors and from more than 100 kilometers, room nights as close as we can get, things like that maybe can justify us asking for some funds to help the city with this. But we can't have, maybe this, just something that if somebody had an actual experience with it at your other, location, if you could get us any of that, get it to Harry, and, and if this gets to move forward tonight, which I think it should, I'll work with Harry on this.
So I can speak to that real quick, just to give you a couple hard facts that I know off the top of my head. I can tell you that at the B1 event in Valleyfield for the last 8 years, 40% of the participation comes from Ontario, another 40% comes from Quebec, and the last 20% comes from the Maritimes, and a small 0.2% comes from Alberta and Manitoba. Having said that, the average stay within the region, not necessarily in Valleyfield, because obviously Valleyfield, like Port Colborne, which is interesting enough, doesn't have a lot of hotel rooms per se. So in the region, we're talking about an average stay of 5 to 7 nights. Okay? And as far as expenditures, there's a little bit of what, if we can go back to that slide, I do talk to that effect about the, if you go back maybe 2-3 slides, right around here, roughly. So the average expenditures per angler range from $2,000 to $4,000 per event. It's, if you take what Bob was mentioning and kind of break that out as far as supplies, restaurants, this and that, it does come to about $2,000 to $4,000 per event. Now, the interesting thing about Port Colborne in particular is that it's an unexplored venue from the fishing community. See, Valleyfield's been around for 8 years. The curiosity of the venue is no longer there, whereas Lake Erie is a big mystery and a huge pull. I mean, remember, the entire reason I'm even here tonight with Bob is because the anglers, the competitors themselves, have asked us, can we get an event on Lake Erie? That's where we want to fish.
Okay, Councillor Dash. Okay, Councillor. Please proceed, Councillor.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor there. What kind of date you looking at here? June, July? Nothing was ever said.
Yeah, we're looking at, as the second event, the first event would be, like I said, in the Bay of Quinte area in the middle of July, roughly. We're looking at middle to end of August for this event, which would fall after the Canal Days.
Good. That's good. I know years back when you guys were, Bob was in town and the boats were all coming in and stuff like that, it was really nice to see guys that could put boats on a trailer, and maybe some of the boaters around here could watch how these guys do it, because some of you guys, some of the people out there really do need some assistance.
To be honest, sir, there is nobody that can take a boat, put a boat in and take it out faster than a bass boat angler, that's for sure. The other thing is there's a reason why we're asking for that date, and again, this is coming from surveys that we've done with our competitors. We asked them, where do you want to fish? Erie. Okay, great. When would be the best time of fishing for Lake Erie? And they've identified late August for a specific reason, and that is the behavior of the fish at that time of the year. It affects where they'll be positioned and how they would bite. And having all these elements considered, that is the best time to be there. So our mantra is simple. We want to be at the best body of water at the best time to provide the best results and fishing experience. Oh, yeah, maybe you should mention that.
Just one thing, too, that I don't know if it's mentioned. I didn't read all the proposal, but it's catch and release. And, you know, I'm not sure about the walleye term, the 444 this year, that's pretty successful. But this is not a catch and kill type deal. These fish are caught, kept in aerated, oxygenated live wells throughout the day, and then they're weighed in alive. You get bonus ounces, or sorry, negative ounces taken off if you weigh dead fish in, so it affects your weight. So the ratio is somewhere around 97 to 100% back catch and release, so these fish go back. Now the studies in Kingston at another tournament done by the university there, Dr. Bruce Tuff, says that a lot of these fish that are getting released are going back 30, 40, and 50 miles to where they were caught originally on their own. They have a tag in them. They're getting recaptured at other tournaments or that same tournament a year later and brought back in 20, 30, 40, 50 miles back to be weighed in. So I guess what I'm saying is these fish are a little stupid, I guess, but they can be caught over and over again. It's one thing about a catch and kill tournament, which could be potentially harmful to the fishery depending on the species and you know, the numbers of that fish out there. But in these bass tournaments, it's a very high release rate because it's catch and release, and it's something I've pushed in our TV show for 34 years, and so it's not a bad thing for the resource too. So it's utilizing a great natural resource that's in your backyard here and not hurting it. There's more fish that are caught by recreational anglers and carved up and fried up than there are by these tournament guys because they all want to put them back. So I didn't know if that was in there. So.
And just to add to that real quick, we're very transparent with the way we manipulate the fish. We work directly with fisheries biologists. Our Director of Conservation is Jason Barnoots, who is a fisheries biologist himself with the Ministry of Ontario Natural Resources. Everything is transparent. Everything is accessible. We're not hiding behind anything. From the moment the fish arrive from the boats to the moment they're weighed, there's a slide there. You see someone, it's our staff putting the fish in an aquarium. The fish is still swimming while it's being weighed. We're the only tournament series to have this high-tech system, all the way back to a live release boat, which brings the fish back out to deeper water where they're released. This entire process is transparent and accessible for the public if they're interested, if they want to talk with the biologist or have any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Elliott.
Real quick, because I know you got to go. Thanks for talking about WFN and the ultimate fishing town, because I think you're the first guys to come here and actually acknowledge that we won, and this is the first event I think that's actually tapped into that. We won the ultimate fishing town and never exploited it, so here's a chance to do that. And I got to ask a question of our staff. We've done events before. We've done fishing events. Do we have the infrastructure that we can just roll it out and go? And we've got to have an idea of costing, because we've done a lot of events. So budget-wise, I'm looking at Gina in the back and I'm looking at Harry. Throw me out a number that somewhere in between upset limit of downset.
In the report, through your worship to Councillor Elliott, in the report we identified all the true costs, and we based it on what obviously the meeting that Gina and Mark had with Mr. Wu. So those costs are in there. So to throw a number at you, Peter was whispering in my ear from his experience, about 20 off the top, if I can throw a number out, if that's appropriate. 15 to 20 on top.
I know that Peter probably has that in his top drawer somewhere, so you know what, I would support it, because I mean, we're never going to know what we can do if we don't do it once.
But what we've done, through your worship to Councillor, is we did identify those costs that we're well aware of at this point in time, and this was a follow-up to the meeting that the staff had with Mr. Wu. So we're pretty comfortable with this, and just to kind of put things at ease to some extent, we could probably. We will have this ready, you know, for the next council meeting, from what I understand. I just briefly spoke to Gina. So if this is being pushed forward by council for us to pursue, then it's an important event on a national level. It's something that, having had experience in other communities where national events are hosted, it does make a difference in communities over time. Yeah, it is exciting at the same time. So we're just depending on the will of council at this point.
Yeah, fully supportive of it. And if that time frame like we've talked about, 28th is our next meeting. If you can kind of hold off to that till we get approval and move forward with that, it's kind of exciting.
And again, I just want to reiterate, we're not talking about a full-blown drafted agreement. We're just talking, you know, in principle, letter of intent, yes, we want to move forward with this event.
Yeah.
That's all I need to issue a press release, because the moment that goes out, I'm telling you right now, that's going to turn the fishing world upside down.
Council Kenny.
It's good to hear.
And there's a big fishing world.
Apparently.
Okay, Mr. Azumi, thank you very much, sir, for mentioning how great Lake Erie is. Mr. Wu, I just have one question of you. How many anglers are you anticipating swarming into our marvelous, marvelous community?
So those who know me know that I try to stay humble as much as possible, but I know that there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. But I can tell you from experience and from the conversations I've had with the top-level competitors in this country, the likes of Bob Izumi and his colleagues, I would be surprised if we were anywhere under 125 teams.
That's two-person teams. So
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so that's 250 anglers from all over the country.
And I would say 200, 250
Yes.
anglers. Yeah, that'd be what I would target.
And one of the first things I had to check for myself when I came and met with Harry and Jean and the team, I needed to see the venue. Like, is this a venue that can even handle, imagine now, 200 to 250 truck and boats? If we didn't have that space, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But great news.
100 to 125.
Sorry, 100. No, but a lot of guys bring backup
Oh,
boats.
yeah,
Bob.
you're right.
Like,
You're right.
you would bring 2 boats.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, you would, yeah.
Actually, I brought 3 last time.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, that's the good news.
Any other questions of members of council?
That's what I wanted to know, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
We do have, just to mention though, we do cap it at 150. And in the past years, we have sold out with no space left, waiting list, if anybody drops out.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Thank you, Mr. Azumi. I call a question. All those in favor of the resolution as indicated? All those opposed? It's carried.
Thank you for your part. Thank you very much for the opportunity, folks.
Item number 4. Oh, sorry, Mr. Maine. I was trying to put you on the end of the list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That going number 3 really worked for me. I got some beef in my argument now. Motion, review of fees for service provided by the city. Whereas the city collects user fees for programs and services that it provides. And whereas some users have complained that, in some cases, the fees exceed the cost of providing a service to the point that the fee is punitive in nature. And whereas many input costs are already included in the city's annual budget, such as salaries, mileage, fuel, training, and others. And whereas many fees are acceptable, such as false alarms, illegal burning, many others are a cost of doing business in the city that can be removed to create a more prosperous business community. And whereas the business owners in Port Colborne pay property tax at a higher rate of residential users, and reducing fees for businesses can be an economic driver that will aid the city in business expansion and retention efforts. Now, therefore, the Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne resolves as follows: that Council and staff be directed to revisit the user fees charged for programs and services provided by the city as part of the 2017 budget process.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Councilor Kenny? At this time, we also have a delegation who would wishes to comment on this recommendation, Mr. Hugo Cheshire from the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Maloney, councillors, staff, members of the public. Those of you who stayed this late, I appreciate it. I'm very flattered. I come before you tonight to speak in support of this motion. It's recently brought to our attention that there has been recently a staggering increase in the fees for fire inspection services on the order of nearly 350%. One member informed us that the fee for exactly the same service has increased from $175 to over $620 in the space of a year. Now, I never thought I'd say this, but this actually makes hydro rate increases look quite reasonable in comparison. Now, local businesses are already struggling to stay afloat in these very trying times, and the additional costs like these are hard to bear. There's been some comparisons made in the fire chief's rationale with Niagara on the Lake, But the comparison is not actually that simple to make. Now, in Niagara-on-the-Lake, if you're operating a bed and breakfast, it is far more profitable to do so there than in Port Colborne, which is why there are hundreds in Niagara-on-the-Lake and a handful at most here. Port Colborne bed and breakfast simply can't afford the same kind of cost that a Niagara-on-the-Lake bed and breakfast can easily pay. And these costs end up driving away those few businesses that are left. Last time I was here, I'm going to make the same point again, so for those of you who saw my last presentation, take this as sort of a reminder, but when you look at taxes and fees, it's essentially two opposite ends of a continuum. If you have high taxes, what you're essentially saying is the services provided by the municipal government are for the public good, and so the whole public pays for these things. If you have high fees, then you're saying these services benefit some members of the community more than others, and so it's only fair those communities should pay more. Now, which end of the continuum you want to skew towards is a matter for yourselves and for your constituents, your electorate, but you can't skew towards both at the same time. Now, as you may remember from my previous speeches to you, the property taxes for neighborhood shops in Port Colborne are the highest in Niagara. Bed and breakfast would fall under residential properties. So for a typical residential two-story building in Port Colborne that would make a good bed and breakfast, the property taxes in Port Colborne are the highest in Niagara. They're over 25% more expensive than the average in the region, and they're over $600 a year. That's 1/8 more expensive than the second most expensive municipality in Niagara. You might also see this affecting things like walk-up apartments, for which Port Colborne has the third highest taxes in Niagara. It's only behind Thorold and St. Catharines, 31% higher than average. Or they might apply to mid and high-rise units, which again, Port Colborne is in Niagara. That just isn't fair. So we're asking you to look at a fiscal policy that is more beneficial to business. If the issue here is cost recovery, then it doesn't really matter who performs the inspection as long as it's performed to a satisfactory standard. Now, there is a private company available that performs this inspection for $100 instead. They are fully licensed and bonded. They already do this for many businesses. They're acceptable to the insurance providers of the businesses in question. So one alternative council could look at is just enable this private company to do these inspections instead. This saves the fire department the cost. They don't have to do the cost recovery. It is much cheaper for the businesses. It seems like a win for everyone. But we feel that the review of the fees is appropriate just to find out where we stand, and we hope that the matter will come back and say that these need to be reduced. We'd be happy to speak to a committee that was formed and give our thoughts on that as well. So, and there, as it's getting late and we're all for a time short.
Thank you, Mr. Cheshire. Are there any questions of council?
Sorry, I'm not able to hear. My cold has just blocked off my ears.
Any questions?
Oh.
Councilor Demery.
Thank you. Not this time.
Anyone else? There being none, thank you, Mr. Cheshire.
Thank you.
Oh, just a minute, Father.
No, it doesn't really relate to your presentation, but you're talking about fire and the rates on the fire department. Basically, that's what I heard in your presentation.
Right.
The motion says council and staff be directed to revisit the user fees charged for programs and services provided by the city as part of the 2017 budget process. It doesn't say just related to fire. That's broad-based on all of the fees that we charge. So are we talking about the ones just related? If going over that every year anyways.
Okay. Mr. Maine, do you have a comment?
I definitely have a comment, Mr. Mayor. My situation and my thoughts are, if there wouldn't have been a 350% increase in this poor lady's inspection, this wouldn't be taking place right now. The fee system we had at budget would take care of itself. But to move to 350% in 1 year, just like Mr. Cheshire said, that's even far greater than the hydro. And my point being is that's the example. And I'm not saying every department's fees are kosher as far as I'm concerned. If we are paying the highest rate of taxes, then we have to look at the fees to see whether the fees are cost recovery or punitive or what they are. That's my point, and that's my point of making the motion. It just so happens that the fire department brought this to my attention. But in all fairness, we have to look at everything, and that's what I want to do, and it's up to discretion of council. If you want to vote the motion down, by all means, Vote it down.
Explanation? Fine?
Okay, I may be wrong, so I'll go to Peter, but we get a schedule of fees and rates and increases every budget. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the increase in fee for inspections was included in the last budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Elliott. Normally, staff will bring reports from each department with regard to their fees and the increase in fees prior to the budget, and then therefore they are included in the budget if there's any increase in fees that have been passed by council. But each department normally brings forward a report if they believe that there's going to be an increase in fees, and that comes to council for council approval prior to the budget, so that our revenues are adjusted accordingly for the New Year's budget.
And I'll ask one other question, and I'll direct it to the chief. The increase in the inspection fee was included in the budget package for 2016 at last budget.
Through your worship, the report adjusting the fees was brought forward in September of last year, and the numbers were reflected in the budget that was brought forward for this year, for 16.
So, again, I will state that we review on an annual basis all of our fees, and everybody has a chance to speak against any increase that they see fit. Not that there's anything wrong with the motion. And again, your conversation was basically directed to fire, but this motion says be directed to revisit the user fees charged for programs. That's all of them in the city of Port Colborne. It doesn't spell out one particular department. It says all of our user fees. And that goes on an annual basis. I've been on council 6 years, and I believe that every budget that we've done, there's been a schedule of fees, and it shows the increases, and it shows the year-over increases, and usually there's an explanation of why they've gone up. So if you don't like the fees at budget, you have ample opportunity to discuss them and change them if you see fit. So that, no offense, I just want to get that out because that's what the motion says, is all the fees, not just fire, and you were just speaking to fire. So I wanted to clarify that.
Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Peter, I know that when we go through our budgets and we look at taxes, we have a comparison of all the cities and everything else. This is on COGECO. This individual is telling us that we are the highest taxed in the whole of the peninsula. And if I remember right, the last chart I looked at, we weren't. Matter of fact, we were sort of on the lower end. So I don't know where this individual is getting his information from, but you're our treasurer. You tell me what we really are.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Doucette. My understanding and what I have is that in the documents that I've seen is that no, the city of Port Colborne isn't the highest for taxes in the region. So I'm not sure where the information came from. And it all depends on the interpretation of whatever the facts and the information that's coming from, because it's very difficult to compare municipality to municipality. It depends on if are you comparing tax rates, are you comparing assessments, splits between commercial, residential, industrial, and how it may affect the taxes in the municipality. Each municipality is very different. So to outright compare municipalities, and I know that it does get done. I know that there's a report that comes out through the region, the BMA study, and they do a comparison. But you have to really look at those comparisons to determine, what they really mean with regard to who's higher, who's lower, and so on. So. I don't believe that we are the highest in the region from the numbers that we've ran before. To say again, it all depends on the information and how you interpret it.
If I may comment, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly.
Yes,
Go ahead.
that is the BMA report. I actually have the relevant page with me right here, and that's where I drew those figures from. That was last year's, the most up-to-date one. It's commissioned from the Niagara region every year.
Okay. Councillor Kenny, Councillor Butters, and then back to Councillor Main.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. really thank you, Hugo, for coming. I appreciate that you're showing interest in our community. The question is through you, Your Worship, to our CAO. In our licensing fee, which I understand is quite a bit lower than other communities, it doesn't say anywhere that I can see that an inspection has to be done by the fire department. It doesn't say fire department. The speaker tonight said that there's another reputable firm that does inspections of bed and breakfast. And what I would like to ask you is it possible in our licensing thing that's supposed to be way lower than other municipalities, way lower, is it possible that an independent firm can inspect her home and she still be issued her license? That's all I want to know. Thank you, sir.
Through your worship to Councillor Kenny, I would defer to the fire chief's knowledge of the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, expert knowledge that goes beyond my knowledge. My understanding is that, and I guess I'll let him finish my thought, but I'll start with my thought. My understanding is that it's council's choice. It's council's choice if they want to delegate that authority, but they can't. What we can't delegate is authority that fire chiefs and fire prevention officers have under the Municipal Act Fire Protection and Prevention Act to force changes. An outside contractor can make a recommendation. This should be an emergency exit. This should be a fire escape and so on. But there's no authority to compel the owner of a building, any kind of building, including a bed and breakfast, to make those changes. And that's where we would lose our authority. You know, heaven forbid that in a restaurant or a hotel or a bed and breakfast that there was some accident that could have been prevented by using our own inspectors rather than delegated authority to an outside company. But like I said, Your Worship, I would tend to ask the fire chief or deputy chief for their expertise on that.
Fire chief.
Your Worship, I agree with what the CAO said, but I'll refer to Mike, and he can explain the authority with regards to the Fire Code and the Fire Protection Act.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council, the Act establishes the authority to conduct fire safety inspections. Through that, you have to be provincially designated. That gives you your rights of entry, that gives you enforcement privileges, all the different things that we do when we issue orders, lay charges, issues orders to close, all the different things that we do. Private companies can do fire inspections and tell the owner that we believe you will satisfy the requirements of the fire department. But they have no judicial or no legislative authority. So what would happen if the private owner did not like what the private company was telling them? Like, for example, it's going to cost you $1,500 to meet the requirements of the fire department if they were to come through and do an inspection. And the owner said, well, you have no authority. I really don't have to do that. Until we went in there and made them do it, they wouldn't have to do it. That's the only difference. The private company that they're referring to does inspections for industry on fire extinguishers, fire protection systems, all the different things. But when we go in and do an inspection, we require their documentation that it was inspected and tested in conformance with the requirements of the code. So even if you allow a private company to do that inspection for your licenses, they could still be subject to a fire inspection by the fire department because private companies, as I say, have no legislative authority.
Councilor Butters, you had a question?
No, I don't. My
Councilor
question was answered.
Councilor Demery? You're good? Councilor Bonder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Peter. Peter, if we were to pass this motion by Councilor Main tonight, how would that affect your doing the budget or other departments? Would it be basically the same? Do we still have the conversation at budget time? Just so this doesn't put an extra burden on, on the different departments. And if it does, we need to know that ahead of time. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Definitely depends on the amount of detail that council would be looking for. If council is just looking for what the schedules are and the rates that that we have in comparison to possibly last year's rates to show any increases. If the departments are looking at increases in for 2017's budget, there'll be a comparison to 2016 and whatever that increase may be and the reasons for it. That is what the departments normally do on an annual basis. If council's looking for more detail, which is comparison to other municipalities, or the background documentation for the fees themselves with regard to cost recovery and what's all involved in that, then that would definitely take a lot more time to put together from staff's perspective.
Okay, I guess I'll ask through Councillor Ming. John, was this your thoughts that it would then be a more detailed report from for each fee, defending the fee or telling us what it's going to do?
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Bodner, through the mayor to Councillor Bodner. I wouldn't have brought this up just to cause trouble. Would I? Yeah, I probably would. But anyway, the issue is 350%. Does nobody see that? So I think it has to be revisited. And I think, like Mr. Cheshire said, he's talking about commercial tax. He's not talking about the tax on my house. He's talking about what it costs to do business. And I know, because I am a businessman, when I look at my tax base, I'm 1.75 times higher than the residential rate. I pay 5 times more on education tax than I do at my house. And then I pay all the other services that come with being in a business, like your hydro and your gas. Water you get a break on, it's the same. But, and that's my point. My point is, this has to be looked at because, and I'll pick on the fire department, because I don't mind, because their budget went up, when I first got on, my first budget was a little over 10%. And I talked to Peter about this. Last year's budget was 13.5% of the budget, of the operating budget. That's how big the piece of pie went. We were told that they needed more staff to do all these services. They were getting bogged down. The chief wasn't able to take holidays because there was nobody to take his spot. So we spent the extra 100 or so thousand bucks, and we recover less than 20,000. So if you're going to have cost recovery, and if that's what we're looking at, then you got to have cost reduction to go with it, because cost recovery, you're spending a heck of a lot more to recover a heck of a lot less. That's my point. If we're already budgeted to that point where we're paying for the training, we're paying for the clothes, we're paying for the vehicles, and everything that goes with it, the boots, the whole works, then why do we charge a fee of 350% higher? Now, somebody should have caught that. I mean, if council made the mistake, by all means, then we've made a mistake. It's time for us to correct it. And that's my point being. It's time to correct it. We just had these people come in with, you know, they're going to fish. They're going to have all kinds of money brought into town. They're going to have parties. They're going to have the whole 9 yards. But the city is willing now to give up fees. Well, we had a fee for this. Well, we'll waive that. We had a fee for that, so we'll waive this. But it's not only the fire department. It's every fee. You just can't have people come into town who are here for 3 or 4 days, waive all the fees, away they go, and you've got a poor lady over there running a business. She's here 12 months of the year. She's trying to make a living. She doesn't have a bass boat. She doesn't have a sailboat. She has nothing like that. She's a single lady trying to make a buck. And when we're arguing about this, I don't get it. I mean, maybe my blood pressure's up, maybe it's a full moon, but there's something seriously wrong here that we should even consider not looking at this. I say we got to look at it. We got to, in every department. And that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry.
Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that the way I read this motion, and I don't have a problem looking at user fees and what we charge for this or that or the other thing. I think we actually do that, and I agree with Councillor Main as far as the excessive amount in this particular case, and that there's being now steps to remedy that. And it is not the perfect remedy, but it is a remedy to try to fix what I consider to be a wrong. Where I get a little concerned with this is is businesses are out, they're there to make money, and that's what they're designed to do, and that's what they're supposed to do. At what point does the person who's not a business person, at what point are they then subsidizing that business? By not charging any, by looking at a system in which maybe no fees are charged. Only the taxes that are collected from those individual businesses, that's it. At what point are we subsidizing from people who don't have a business to make money? Maybe they're on a pension, maybe they're an older person who, whatever. I'm just throwing it out there. That's where my head goes on all of this. But as far as looking at fees, I don't have a problem looking at them, and I don't want to make a bunch of mistakes that makes it harder for the business community. I don't want to do that either. So I get where you're trying to, fix something here. I think we have made steps to fix something. That's how I feel about it.
Thank you. Mr. Doucette, did I see your hand up for us? If I didn't, that's fine.
Yeah, I did, but Councillor Butters mentioned what I was going to say, so thank you very much.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to wind down this discussion. We're getting close to the witching hour, and we still have quite an agenda to go. You've had to, but Councillor Demray. Okay, are you ready for the question then?
Well, actually, my point's been made.
Okay. Councillor Butters? You're ready, Councillor Kenny? Okay. All right. Okay. Call for the question. All those in favor of the recommendation?
No, we don't.
Opposed?
Every year.
It's carried.
Every year. Every budget.
No, you didn't. Why would it go 300?
Okay, Mr. May. Okay, let's go. As I look over the audience here, I see there's perhaps maybe a couple of people to deal with recommendation number 6, and with council's indulgence, I would like to deal now with recommendation number 6. Is there any objection? No objections? And Councillor Butters, that was your recommendation?
Yes, Engineering and Operations, Engineering Division Report number 2016-160.
Quiet, please. Let's continue.
Subject, Pleasant Beach Road, area fire lanes, waste collection, region of Niagara.
Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Councillor Bodnar. Discussion.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to first of all thank our staff and Catherine, who's in the audience here, all the folks that got together to try to come up with some solutions to a very difficult problem. There's some parts of this report I'm really good with, and there's some that I'm not so good with. So I'm going to start out by telling you, this morning I went with my husband, because he owns the tape measure, for a little drive down through beautiful Ward 4 and the fire lanes. And we start out on Lakeshore Road East. So I'm just going to go through this quick. On Lakeshore Road East, which is not a fire lane, there's low wires 14 feet off the ground. We went down to fire lane 2. There's curb pickup there on a gravel road, 1-lane road, 12.5 feet wide in some places, 9.5 feet in others. Fire lane 3, there's curb pickup. There's no exit. It's kind of a hard packed gravel. No ditches, no drainage, no turnaround. And there was some low wires about 15 feet above the ground. Fire lane 5, curb pickup, no exit, no turnaround, but the road is in good shape, Councillor Bodnar. Fire lane 4, curb pickup, no exit, but you have curb pickup. Fire lane 9, yes. 10 to 14, curb pickup, no exit, no turnaround. Parts of it was paved 12 foot and 11 foot wide. Fire lane 12 was like a hard tarmac road, curb pickup, no exit. 13 is a gravel curb pickup, it has an exit. And on Wildwood Road, 14 and 15, they didn't have pickup, but they did have kind of a homemade bin that looked obvious that that's what the folks used. And then we got to Pleasant Beach Road. And I can really get where our staff is coming from. Fire lane 24 and 25 would be like a no-go. Those, you just totally see the problems are so evident. But what I did see on 22 and 23 that I believe it is possible to have curb pickup there. And fire lane 21 the road does need work. For a load of gravel and a grader, it wouldn't take much to make it an okay road. But even if it was a no-go road, there's room on the south side of that fire lane to put a bin not dissimilar to Wildwood Road. And I think that these observations, for me anyway, told me that on roads where there is pickup, on fire lanes where there is pickup, the same or similar conditions exist on those roads where there's pickup as they do on the Pleasant Beach fire lanes. So from my perspective, that is not a reason to deny that service to those people as curb pickup. So what I would like to do is amend the recommendations to this report to include the additional option of the committee to look at curb pickup on certain ones of those Pleasant Beach fire lanes. I identified two, possibly three, and combine that with a bin type system that could be on the end of the other fire lanes where it's just a no-go. I think that option should be included, so it would be like a combination. What I really want to get away from is the depot at the south end of Pleasant Beach Road. That's just been a magnet for the garbage problem, and it should still remain as an option, because I agree with the recommendation that the Pleasant Beach Association member should help resolve this situation, and Councillor Bodner and I would also like to include Mr. Ron Barter and Heather McDougall to be on that committee as well. The Pleasant Beach Association represents about 35 out of 80 cottages, and Mr. Barta and Heather McDougall have been at this since day one, and really, I think, bring to the table a good common sense approach. So that would be my recommendation, to tweak that report just a little, and really look at the options presented. And I agree with staff. We can't leave it status quo. That's my spiel.
Actually, I'm not sure. You're talking about establishing a committee, which would, if you said you wanted to amend this recommendation, and referring to several different fire lanes, which are a little nebulous at this stage, which you're going to have to tie down. But really, do you wish to defer this in order to establish this committee to make a recommendation that is satisfactory to all, the city, the region, and the residents?
Well, the way I read it was that staff was recommending that a committee that included people from the area, plus Ron and myself, and themselves in the region would sit down and hash out the options that could be put in place for this area. And
But you don't want to deal with this recommendation tonight.
No, I'm just adding to it. I'm adding to it.
You're adding to it that we would establish a committee.
No, that's already in there. I read it that it's already there.
Number 7.
That there would be a committee, and I read that in the report.
Number 6, actually.
Further, that staff be directed to convene a meeting between city staff, the executive of the Pleasant Beach Association, the Ward 4 councillors, and representatives from the Region of Niagara Waste Management Services to discuss the findings of Report 2016-168, which we are voting on this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Kenny.
So I'm only adding that we add Mr. Barta, Heather McDougall's name to that committee, and also to add the option of a combined bin curbside service option to the ones that the committee will discuss.
Madam Clerk, do you have the gist?
Is that clear as mud?
the clerk is trying to work out to what you have said, put it into words, but in the meantime, Mr. Barta and Ms. Dougal had requested to be a delegation on this issue. I wonder, at this time, could we hear from you folks? Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. We've been working on this for quite a while, and we're hoping that eventually we can come to fruition on this item, because it's been a real thorn in our sides. We're not asking for a lot, but our goal is to eliminate the stockpile of garbage at Pleasant Beach Road, and not just move it around. No other residents in the city of Port Colborne have a stockpile of garbage and recycling generated by approximately 80 dwellings and beachgoers located on their road. This large stockpile of garbage is a disgrace in our neighborhood. It stinks, and attracts rodents, animals, and generates maggots, to name a few. You as councilors would not accept this in your neighborhood. Enclosure with a bin. Putting up an enclosure will not work. It is just moving the stockpile to another location. Beachgoers, surfers, and ice fishermen come and leave their garbage behind and will just throw it over the fence or continue to dump around any enclosure, as they will not be able to get in. Our understanding is that the lodge owners of Pleasant Beach Association Incorporated, a group of approximately 35 cottage owners who own the lodge and the water system only, are not a neighborhood association for all residents. At their last meeting late this summer, they agreed that they did not want the garbage contained on their property because of liability issues. Who would be looking after the keys to an enclosure for 80 dwellings plus renters for a contained area? Curbside pickup. Other fire lanes that are in relatively the same condition as Barbara mentioned were grandfathered in to receive curbside pickup. This creates a two-tier system. All fire lanes in similar condition should be allowed curbside pickup. These fire lanes would lessen the amount of garbage in the other pickup areas. Regarding reference to safety that Terra raised, there is no greater risk to children on these fire lanes than any other road in the region. Currently, garbage trucks have been dealing with traffic along Pleasant Beach Road on a holiday Monday when there's tons of people there. The roads are teeming with pedestrians and parked cars everywhere, leaving the garbage truck to have a difficult time removing the stockpile of garbage. Creating an enclosure located at the south end of Pleasant Beach Road that was suggested farther on would just exacerbate this. It would leave the same problem for the garbage truck because of pedestrians and parked vehicles, not to mention the cost of creating this enclosure. Illegal dumping will always be a problem here and elsewhere, and a stockpile or large enclosure compounds this problem. Preferred solutions. Curbside pickup on roads in good repair, such as fire lanes 21, 22, and 23, could receive curbside pickup, and dwellings on the other fire lanes could have a smaller garbage and recycling receptacles at the end of their fire lanes. This would eliminate the stockpile. This currently works well on other roads in this area, such as Wildwood Road, as Barbara referred to.
Thank you, Mr. Barter. Are there any questions of Mr. Barter? There being none, Ms. McDougall, do you have a separate presentation?
No, we're just a team.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We also have Ms. Habermill from the region with us. We'll thank her again for being patient sitting through this. But I don't believe any member of council wishes to question or comment. Mr. Bodner did. Mr. Bodner?
Not for Catherine, but just to say hi, Catherine. How are you? I agree with Councillor Butters on this, and I don't think what she's proposed is coloring outside the lines on this report. It's only adding one more option for us to look at, and I think that we need to get the garbage closer to the residents that are putting it out there. They will take responsibility, I believe, for the ends of their fire lanes. You know, they will do that rather than a pile over there that everybody can simply put stuff in with no consequence whatsoever. And I think hopefully it will also add to more green bin use, which I think is very limited right now in the area. So I think that would really be an enhancement. So I look forward to these discussions, and the fact that we have that extra one in that Councillor Butters brought up, I think is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bodner. Mr. Barter and Ms. McDougall, are you prepared to sit on a ad hoc committee?
Sure.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councillor Doucette?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In listening and thinking about this, one of my concerns would be who is going to wind up paying for it? Is it an added program that we're going to have to put in? And I don't mind. I just want to know where and who and what. And I think that's critical. Is this committee going to discuss that as well, or do we get the regional person that's here this evening to tell us where, how, what? Or I'm just curious more than anything else.
Mr. Hanson, do you have any comments on additional costs?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Depending on if this group meets and we have our meetings and the recommendations coming forward from the committee, there could be very little financial impact. If for instance, we simply created bins and set up points at the ends of some of the fire lanes, there really wouldn't be a financial impact in that place. If the direction of council, and that's really what we're looking for tonight, is some direction from council on some of these options that we've presented. If we were to look at twice a week collection, there is a financial impact for that particular one, but we think it's very viable in terms of the dollar amount. So I think to answer Councillor Doucette's question, anything that comes out of the committee, and as we have a couple meetings on this, we can come back to budget for 2017 in conversation with the region's waste management services, see what the financial impacts are going to be, and if there is a budget impact, we can certainly discuss that at 2017 budget. So that'll all be covered.
Okay, are we ready for the question? Councillor Butters.
Well, I just have a question. Does my addition have to be in the form of a motion? Because if it does, then I'm moving it. And if it's just as a direction and council agrees with it, then I'm good with that too. So I'm asking for, I guess, yours or the clerk's advice on that.
Let's have it as a motion, then it's clear where we all agreed to. Madam Clerk, can you give us some indication of our motion?
Thank you. And through you, Mr.
Please
Mayor.
listen closely, Ms. Butters. Just listen to proposed amendment.
If I have it correctly, I'm understanding that there's two amendments to the main recommendation of the motion for council this evening, and I'll read them out in full if that's quite all right. So it's an amendment to the second paragraph of the recommendation to now read, further that staff be directed to convene a meeting of an ad hoc committee between city staff, the executive of the Pleasant Beach Association, the Ward 4 councillors, and representatives of the Region of Niagara Waste Management Services, and Ron Barta and Heather McDougall, to discuss the findings of Report 2016-168 and to pursue any recommended options, and then adding a third paragraph to read, and that the option for a combined curbside collection and bin type system be reviewed among the options considered by the committee.
Everyone content with that motion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you very much for those in attendance, Ms. Haberhill. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now, if we go back to item number 4. Item 4 is passed.
9, I think, is next. 9, 11,
9.
12 I have.
Item number 9. And we have, we need 2 nominations there to fill in before we vote on that recommendation. Is there anyone who wishes to stand?
I want to nominate somebody.
Okay, I'll recognize you to nominate someone.
I'd like to nominate Barbara Butters as the go-to person.
Ms. Butters, will you accept the nomination?
Oh, certainly.
Is there any other nominations? We need a second one. One be appointed as a member of the Court of Revision, Counselor, someone be appointed as an alternate, so we need an alternate. Are you volunteering?
No, I would be
Counselor
pleased.
Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be pleased to nominate Ward 4 Councillor Ron Bodner as the alternate to that
Mr. Bodner,
Court of Revision.
to accept the nomination.
Seeing as how it's Councilor Elliott, I will.
Are there any other nominations? There being none, call for the recommendation, please. Please call for the vote. Moved by Councilor Butters again, but seconded by Councilor Doucette. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Is number 11 next?
Yes, I have 11 and 12 on my list.
11 and 12, okay. That was Councilor Demery. It was
Yes.
number 11.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a seconder for the recommendation? Councilor Butters, speakers, please.
Okay. Planning and Development Report number 2016-186, subject recommendation report, official plan amendment number 3, East Waterfront Secondary Plan.
Discussion.
We'll speak to it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had quite a few calls since our last council meeting from people in the neighborhood who had just found out this was even happening. The kind of notification that we give out as a city doesn't really work well for that neighborhood. No one received notices in their mail. This was put in the import news 1 month before the public meeting. It was put in once. Most of the people missed it, don't get the paper, don't read the paper, or in some cases can't read. So that was a real issue there. Same thing for going to City Hall website. It's not something that they do on a regular basis, nor do they all have the means to do that. So it becomes a bit of an issue. The concern given to me for the most part from the residents is the zoning change, planned zoning change for the lands along Welland Street. That would be basically between Lewis Street and Rodney Street. That's where the biggest concern lays with the community, and I would agree with them there. But I would ask that we defer this motion and any further action on it until the community has had a better chance to understand what's happening and express their concerns properly. Councillor Doucette and I will definitely be dealing with it next week at our ward meeting, and we can bring this forward and bring all the comments back, just so that the people will have a proper chance to really express themselves.
Is there a seconder for the motion of deferral? Councilor Doucette, call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Next one I have is number 12. That's Councilor Butters and Councilor Demery. Move.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Carrie Porter, Constituency Assistant for Cindy Forrester, MPP, request for proclamation of Transgender Day of Remembrance on November 20th, 2016, and flag raising on November 18th, 2016.
That's seconded by Councilor Butters. Yes.
And
any questions?
Obviously, we've had a discussion about this earlier, so I would just like to further it and make sure that it's put forward.
Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. I believe that's the end of the list. Are there any notices of motion? Councillor Kenny?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to give notice of motion that at the next council meeting, I will be bringing forth a motion regarding more diversity in our market.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other notices of motion? There being none, I call for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Kenny, Councillor Elliott, and Councillor Doucette. All those in favor? Carried. That's adjournment of the meeting. Move on to our council meeting. It's the regular meeting of council, 33-16. Call the meeting to order. Are there any addendum items? Councilor Doucette?
No addendum items, sir, but just a comment. I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we go past 11 o'clock because it's 10:50. This is going to take that long, plus the in-camera. I think we should address it now before we start the process.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion that we extend the hours past 11 o'clock? We're not going to be
right
too
here.
far past.
Right here.
Councilor Elliott? All those in favor? Let's see those hands. Carried.
Well, you didn't say opposed.
Opposed? Thank you, Councilor Doucette.
I just thought it'd be better than doing now than doing
Confirmation
it.
of the agenda. Entertain a motion, please. Moved by Councilor Dent, seconded by Councilor Elliott, confirming the agenda. Are there any disclosures of interest? There being none, that shall be so noted. Call for the adoption of minutes, a special meeting of council 30-16 held on October 24th, 2016, and the regular meeting of council 31-16 held on October 24th, 2016. Motion to adopt those minutes moved by Councilor Kenny, seconded by Councilor Demeray. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Determination of items requiring separate discussion. There being none, I call for a motion to approve those items not requiring separate discussion. Moved by Councilor Bodner, seconded by Councilor Butters. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Proclamation. We have two. Transgender Day of Remembrance, November 20th, 2016, and B, Lung Month, November 2016. Do we have a motion for those proclamations? Moved by Councilor Doucette, seconded by Councilor Kenny. All those in favor? Can I see those hands again in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have minutes of boards, commissions, and committees. We have the minutes of the Senior Citizens Advisory Council meeting of March 17th, 2016, April 21st, 2016, May 19th, 2016, June 16th, 2016, and September 15th, 2016. Minutes of the Count Days Advisory Committee meeting of March 18th, 2016, April 20th, 2016, May 18th, 2016, June 15th, 2016, and July 20th, 2016. And finally, minutes of the Flavors Advisory Committee meeting of April 7th, 2016, June 9th, 2016, and July 14th, 2016. Again, do I have a motion? And seconder to accept those minutes. Moved by Councilor Butters, seconded by Councilor Main. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Number of bylaws, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the following bylaws be enacted and passed. Bylaw 64159516 being a bylaw to confirm council representation on the Downtown Port Colborne Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Bylaw 64169616 being a bylaw to temporarily close sections of various streets to vehicular traffic for the purposes of hosting the annual Santa Claus Parade. Bylaw 64179716 being a bylaw to temporarily close sections of various streets to vehicular traffic for the Tri-Kids Triathlon Series. Bylaw 64189816 being a bylaw to authorize entering into a contract agreement with Gibbons Contracting regarding tender 2016-19 frozen water service replacements. And finally, bylaw 64121016 being a bylaw to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Port Colborne at its special and regular meetings of November 14, 2016.
Do we have a mover? Oh, Councilor Kenny, seconder. Councilor Demeray. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. At this time, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session. Motion being that council will now proceed into closed session in order to address the following matters. Minutes of the closed session portions of the August 22nd, September 12th, and September 26th, October 11th, 2016, regular and special council meeting. Planning and Development, Economic Development Division Report number 2016-1A concerning the disposition of city-owned land pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001, subsection 239-2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. And number C, Planning and Development, Economic Development Division Report number 2016-181 concerning the disposition of city-owned land pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001, subsection